So I'd like to welcome you this afternoon and thank you all for attending. And if you would please, our first order of business, if you would join me in a flag salute to the greatest country on this earth.
Marginal on the flag.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I am so very happy to see a full audience. This is our process working at its very best with everyone participating in the conversation. Briefly, I would like to outline what the process will be. We will have a staff report, and that will primarily be up on the screen over here, so hopefully everyone can see that. Then we will have questions from the Joint Committee, which is the Marijuana Working Group, and the Board of Supervisors. Then we will have public comment, and we will bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for direction and a potential motion for staff. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Gonzalez and the CRA staff. Actually, before I do that, David, one last thought, because this is really important. I want to thank our staff, and especially Supervisor Supervisor Royce. Sorry, Evan, but Supervisor Royce and the other members of the committee that spent an awful lot of time pulling this together and trying to find some resolution.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
She needs to read the item.
Will the clerk please read our one item?
This is to provide staff direction on the framework for development of the personal use cannabis cultivation ordinance.
Staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and the Marijuana Working Group, and members of the public. For those that don't know me, my name is David Gonzalez. I'm the Community Resource Agency Director. Myself and our team here at Tuolumne County have been working very diligently to try to come up with the recommendations here for tonight. We hope we have hit the mark for the group. Our goal tonight and this afternoon is to have a clear picture presented to you so you can see this in a table format. Take input and questions from the group, the board and the Marijuana Working Group, and hopefully bring to resolution so we can get a recommendation from this group on bringing back a ordinance through the normal process to the Planning Commission to bring the personal, medical, and personal use resolution to this issue. So I want to thank everybody for being here, and it is a good turnout. I will echo Board Chair's sentiments. This is nice to see a full room here, and all the work that's gone into all this for everybody, not just myself, but the entire team for the last few months. So let me start out first by echoing again, go back one. This is what we're trying to accomplish as a framework for cannabis, personal use, and medical use. This has nothing to do with commercialized growing, selling, or manufacturing. This is personal use only, and I'm trying to clarify that so we can stay on point tonight. It's the only way we're going to get through this issue. In addition, I want to also understand, folks, that this is not a collective model. This is not sharing. This is not any sale of any marijuana or cannabis. So please, if we could stay on point tonight and our comments that will help this committee and myself focus on the issue that we have before us tonight. Okay, thank you. My staff and the team, as well as a group that Chairperson Brennan had mentioned, has been working in conjunction with our agency, our consultant, and various county departments. Thank you, I want to see it there. And it is not just CRA working on this. There are many departments involved in this, and I want the public to understand that this is input from many different agencies and departments. The research that was done on this, as we go through the slides here, will bring an understanding of how the concept and the recommendations came forward this afternoon. The research that was conducted by myself and my staff, as well as some of the group, was critical to this. This was something that was not very familiar to myself, and in one that I've been in charge of this, I took it very seriously to try to understand the issue and make sure we got back good, solid recommendations to the group. Myself and Daniel specifically went out and visited numerous sites, and I want to thank those folks that invited us onto their private property, took a chance showing us something that they weren't comfortable with government coming looking at their property. That made a tremendous difference to myself and my staff to understand the information that flowed to us was critical. However this turns out, I want to thank those folks for being gracious and open to ourselves so we could come up with some good understandings of the operations of growing this particular product and how it works. We did look at no less than half a dozen sites, as well as many other places I looked at outside of our county that helped us understand the issue. Go ahead, next slide. So we looked at plant counts, and if you look at this chart here, I wanted to show something so people can understand. Those are both marijuana plants. Obviously one is a very small plant, and the other is something that's extremely healthy. And so we talk about plant counts, we have to keep in mind a plant is not just a plant sometimes. There are very different makeups of that. It's not just pure genetics, it's also style and how they grow them and what the plant genetics are. So it's very important to understand that some of these plants can be very large. Some of them are very small in stature, and there's a difference in how they're grown, how they affect the neighborhood, how they affect the regulations we put upon them. So we tried to strike a balance with all these information. Next slide. Again, on the left-hand side, there's a typical plant that we saw when we visited these sites. And some of those are grown in various spacings and different techniques. Those are actually planted in a raised bed. And the ones on the right there are in natural sacks, and they've grown obviously in a very large situation. But the point of that particular slide on the right is just to show the different size. So when we talk about plant count, please keep this in mind as we're looking at this and the product that's produced from that. Next slide. Again, this other plant was just kind of an interesting picture that's also a marijuana plant on the left in a pot. And it's also the same chemical makeup of it, but it's also very small in stature. So the picture on the right is just a growing house, so we're allowed access to see how the product is actually finished off and dried. And it's an interesting look to see how they're planted, they're started, they're maintained, and how they're finished off before they're sent out for whatever use that they're meant to. So next slide. So what I'm going to do at this point, I wanted to give some background there. I wanted to frame to make sure we talked on point on the subject of personal and medical use. Dan Van Essen is the planner that's been working so hard on this. He deserves his chance to go through this. I'm going to give it to him and let him talk about the framework for this as we go through these. You'll see a table as we go through this. Please take a look at this as we'll be coming back to that to frame this discussion and answer any questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Daniel this time.
Thank you, David. So for some background on where we've been with this in Tuolumne County, on October 3rd, 2017, the Community Resources Agency presented to the Board of Supervisors a report discussing two items. One, the harmonization of medical and non-medical cannabis personal cultivation, and two, on the resources that would be needed to provide enforcement of violations to a personal use cannabis cultivation ordinance. The direction the board gave us that day was for staff to work with Supervisor Royce to formulate a framework for an ordinance on personal cultivation while considering and devising mitigations to address concerns related to odor, safety, visibility, enforcement, environment, and quality of life. These are very important to us, and it's something we are considering at every site we're looking at in every ordinance. For some state law background, on June 27, 2017, Governor Jerry Brown approved Senate Bill 94, known as the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act. SB 94 combined the Adult Use of Marijuana Act and the Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, and allows for the cultivation of 6 plants per residence, and also allows jurisdictions to reasonably regulate personal cultivation, including banning outdoor personal grows. Displayed here are 2 graphs with one, what our current Tuolumne County medical cultivation ordinance is, and the second, the board's direction on September 19, 2017. Currently, our ordinance allows for a qualified patient or primary caregivers residing on a parcel to cultivate up to 12 marijuana plants outdoors and or 24 indoors. And if 2 or more qualified patients or caregivers reside on a parcel, up to 24 marijuana plants may be cultivated outdoors, and a summary of this is included in Attachment A in the memo. The second graph here displaying September 19th, the board direction. The direction was to limit personal cultivation to 6 plants indoors only. So for our recommendation, we took a different approach. We wanted to look at zoning specifically and categorize it by zoning, because in Tuolumne County we have a variety of different parcels with drastically different characteristics. You know, if you go in Tuolumne City, you'll have a tiny little single-family residential lot, but then you go to West County and find, you know, 20 to 40 to 50 to 60 acre agricultural lots. And so we thought it made most sense to separate these and separate what we're asking for these. Another key mitigation that David mentioned was the total garden area in square feet for outdoor grows. We put this in because, as you saw with the slide, one marijuana plant could be 15 feet tall and another could be just, you know, a small 3-foot plant. Additionally, we kept the setbacks. So now we're going to get into a little GIS PowerPoint. So our GIS team has created a layer for us to display, just showing different zonings within the county. We characterized into six different categories, I guess you could call it. For our first category, for R1 zoning, which is single-family residential, this is most typically found in subdivisions such as Crystal Falls. Our recommendation is to allow an outdoor plant allowance of 3 plants with a total garden area of 50 square feet and a setback of 50 feet, with an indoor plant allowance of 6 and a total maximum per parcel of 6 plants. You can see here on our GIS map some of the layers. We'll get into more specifics, look at different communities after we go through each of these. Our second category of R2, R3 zoning, this is for medium density residential and multifamily residential. These are typically found with apartment complexes, duplexes, different types of mobile home parks. Our recommendation is the same as for R1, an outdoor plant allowance of 3 if they meet the 50-foot setback, and to be within a total garden area of 50 square feet, and indoor plant allowance of 6 with a total maximum of 6 plants outdoors. For RE1, 2, and 3, that's the residential estate, 1 acre, 2 acre, and 3 acre minimum. These are typically found in more rural areas where parcels are at least 1 acre. You could also find different types of small farming and ranching on these parcels. For this, we recommend an outdoor plant allowance of 3 at a setback of 50 feet, or outdoor plant allowance of 6 at a setback of 75 feet. The total garden area of 100 square feet, and an indoor plant allowance of 6, totaling a maximum amount of 12 plants per parcel. For our next category, RE5, RE10, and A10, this is the residential state 5 and 10 acre minimum, and general agriculture 10 acre minimum. For this, we recommend an outdoor plant allowance of 12 if they meet the 100-foot setback, and they have to meet also 1,000 square feet garden area, and an indoor plant allowance of 6 with a total maximum plant allowance of 12. Our next category for A20 and AE37. A20 is general agriculture 20 acre minimum. AE37 is exclusive agriculture 37 acre minimum. For this, we propose an outdoor plant allowance of 12 plants with an indoor plant allowance of 12, setback 100 feet, total garden area 1,000 square feet, total maximum on a parcel 12 plants. For our last category, we grouped commercial, the C1, C2, CS, business park, industrial for light and heavy M1, M2, recreational, TPZ, which is the Timberland Preserve, and MU, which is mixed use. Please note in the memo, MU is not listed, but we are going to include it in this category. For this, since it is going to be highly visible, different shopping centers, we recommend you do not have an outdoor plant allowance, and you allow 6 plants indoors, state minimum, with a maximum of 6 plants in total for the parcels. And this is for only parcels that have an existing house on them, for residents only. So now that we've gone over that, I'm going to go over some different areas in the county, highlight different areas, and we'll be able to see what this looks like. I do want to mention also, sorry Larry, could you go back to the county view? You'll see this purple here. This is all public land, including national forest, state parks, public parks. Almost 70%, or I believe it's over 70% of Tuolumne County is publicly owned, and so this is going to be all off the table for our discussion today. Additionally, the city of Sonora is not within our jurisdiction at the county, so that will be off the table as well. So going into the city of Sonora, this is all blacked out here just because it's off the discussion. You can see here with the yellow our R1 lots, the single-family residential. You can see the highway running through here, the purple. And then we have some more R1 over here, and our general, we'll get into the East Sonora area, but commercially zoned area over here. So just to go over again, the R1's the single-family residential, typically found in small subdivisions, smaller than an acre typically. The R2, R3, that's for medium-density residential and multifamily residential, typically found with apartment complexes, duplexes, different mobile home parks. The RE1, RE2, RE3, those are the residential estate, 1, 2, and 3 acre minimum. All of those are found typically rural areas with some farming and ranching. The RE5, RE10, and A10, the residential estate, 5 acre, 10 acre minimum, and the general agriculture, 10 acre minimum. Those are more rural areas as well, a little larger parcels, typically nothing less than 5 acres. The A20, AE37, that's when we get into our dense agricultural parcels, often found on the west side of the western portion of Tuolumne County and some of the southern portion. And then as I went over with the C1, C2, CS, C1's general agriculture, C2's heavy commercial, CS is the special commercial, BP stands for business park, M1, M2, but that's light and heavy industrial, K for residential, TPZ is the timberland preserve district, areas often found in the northern portion of the county, sometimes scattered in with the public land, and the MU is the mixed use where you could have some residential and some commercial. So for Jamestown here, you could see the highway coming in with this purple. Over here is a large commercial area. And then we got the Jamestown State Park down here, or sorry, Railtown Park, and some smaller residential lots. For Columbia, I'm just going to point out, this is Columbia College on this parcel in the purple. We have Columbia State Park up here, Columbia Airport over in the red here, that's actually its own business park. And then some of the R2 zoning, the mobile home park right here. East Sonora, we have Mono Way running through in the purple here with the bypass up here. And a heavy portion of commercial within this area. Walmart's down in this area. Do have a small subdivision down here with R1 lots. Crystal Falls, this is an area that we got a lot of our complaints from. It is primarily within the R1 zoning district. Smaller lots here, as well as Willow Springs down to the south. But you can see that there is some RE1, RE2, RE3 zoning outlining that, and getting farther out, there's some agricultural zoning. Twain Harte, once again, this is a lot of the R1 zoning, large subdivisions. You have the commercial corridor down here, and then the, I believe this is the golf course. Tuolumne, this is where we find a lot of our R2, R3 zoning scattered in this area, kind of with some R1 zoning, along with a little bit of commercial. And then this is the west side properties. And then up to here to the north is the casino and the rancheria above that. Lake Don Pedro, this purple area here is the lake. We got a lot of, this is where we get into a lot of our agricultural land in the county. We'll zoom out again at the end here, but this is where we recommend the higher plant allowances. You can see here, a lot of the subdivisions in this area are in the RE5, RE10 zoning districts. Then we go to Groveland. The lake is outlined here in red because of its recreation zoning. You have the airport up here with some smaller RE1, 2, and 3 zoning districts. And as I said again, just a lot of smaller residential R1 lots. And then as we go farther up north, it's mainly zoned public, but there are little small outcroppings of some R1 zoning along with some RE5. And then if you just scroll down there, I do want to point out this red here. You might find that that's kind of misplaced, but those are, a lot of those properties are owned by SPI, and those are the TPZ zone properties, the Timberland Preserve. And then if you just go to the county, again. So I wanted to take this opportunity, Madam Chair, if you guys would like to look at anywhere in particular, please let me know. We could also go back to it at the end of the presentation if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that'd be great if we can just refer back if there's a question about a particular area.
Great. So we have some additional mitigations to the garden areas and setbacks that we placed with the chart that we just listed there. These mitigations, once again, are to address odor, safety, visibility, enforcement, environment, and quality of life. For indoor cultivation, we're proposing that you require filtration and ventilation systems for indoor grows to prevent accumulation of odor, humidity, and mold. That you require light systems to be fully shielded, including adequate coverings on windows so to confine light and glare, and that you prohibit the use of generators for cultivation except as emergency backup systems. We also recommend requiring indoor cultivation in a residence to maintain a fully functioning kitchen, bathroom, and primary bedrooms, and these rooms should not be used for marijuana cultivation where such cultivation will prevent their primary use for sleeping, bathing, and preparation of meals. We ask that you prohibit the use of gas products such as CO2 and butane, and also prohibit plants from being grown within 12 inches of the ceiling, and this is a fire mitigation. If you do permit some outdoor grows, we recommend requiring opaque fencing that conceals the cultivation, and that must include a lockable gate. We recommend limiting the height of cannabis plants to 6 feet, which is the standard fence height, and for this, tarps are not acceptable to conceal the cannabis. We ask that you prohibit any exterior evidence of cannabis cultivation occurring at the property from being visible from the public right-of-way abutting the subject property. And we ask that you prohibit outdoor cultivation within the front yard. And lastly, that you limit cultivation to parcels with a residence and a full-time resident on premises. Currently, our ordinance in place right now requires a minimum setback of 1,000 feet from for any outdoor cultivation to schools, places of worship, public parks, licensed family daycare home and daycare centers, and youth-oriented facilities. As staff, we recommend that you keep these, but you also add in libraries, playgrounds, youth recreation centers, licensed drug or alcohol recovery facilities, and licensed sober living facilities to this list of 1,000-foot setback. Now I'm going to hand it over to David. He's going to go over some fees and enforcement.
Thank you, Daniel. So there can't be regulatory actions or good enforcement without a piece that allows the county to enforce their laws and regulations. I believe we've been lacking that in our county, bringing on us some of the problems that we have today. It is our goal to help remedy that and ask that you provide us some framework to bring back in the ordinance to you through separate business licenses on the registration portion we'll talk about and the enforcement section along with the ordinance. So I'll go through this quickly. Staff is suggesting that we have a registration for any cultivation. And for that, we just have folks will hand out informational items, how to be safe if you're growing indoors. Make sure you understand if you do any modifications to your home, ventilations, electrical, install filtration systems, that you do it safely. The point of this is to help people to be safe if they're going to be doing this. Our job as building officials and inspectors here is to keep our community safe. There's no different with this action here today. So the registration would be suggested to be a minimal fee. It'd be online and be downloaded with projects and information for those folks to be safe in what they choose to do inside their home. Permitting any cultivation outside, and I mean any, should require some type of permit. That's the community part of our aspect here. That we make sure the rules are clear to those folks that are going to be cultivating. They understand what being a good neighbor is, and that these regulations are clear, they're easy to understand, and they're also very concise. So our enforcement team can actually enforce the rules that you set forth if you allow any outdoor cultivation. The fees would be range anywhere from $150 to $500. That's just an estimate. We need to go through a full fee analysis, and there'll be a hearing on that to set those so they are fair and accurate, and they're not excessive, and they're reasonable. Those fees would cover compliance checks, any educational opportunities that we have to hand out, again, to consider mold hazards, securing from youth, and minimizing neighbor conflicts. Again, this is about the community side, keeping our youth and the neighbors safe, but also just being good citizens and community members to your neighbors. So that part of the fees would cover that part. Let me touch upon enforcement. So if somebody is trying to do the right thing and they're registering, they are trying to follow the rules, and they're found to be out of compliance, we would give them an opportunity to correct their actions and to come into compliance. That should be allowed. They're trying to follow the rules, and if they're doing so, we give them an opportunity to correct. If they do so, they're fine. If they don't, then obviously we have the normal process for notice and orders and following through those actions on the enforcement side. For those cultivators that choose to go without registration, if you allow any outside cultivation, the procedure should be different. We should not reward those that are going to be doing something outside the bounds of the confines of the ordinance that you would pass on this. And those should be strict fines. They should be restricting on their cultivation allowances. And along with the registration, those should be issued to the individuals like a business license. For those individuals that are not acting appropriately, they should be restricted and not just the parcel. That is our recommendations. We're looking for some framework and ideas on that. We would obviously bring back the ordinances for that. If we have missed that mark, I know this is very important to both yourselves and the community, please let us know. Along with these would be some type of affidavit. This is just a sample we found. We've looking all over, and we'll be doing some more research with this. It's an affidavit that understands the information where they're going to be growing, the amount of medical marijuana that is to be grown. And just so you know, anything over 6, they have to have a patient recommendation card. So if they're growing more than 6 plants, they need to have a medical compliance for that. And obviously it's if it's somebody that's renting a piece of property, those owners of that should have an opportunity to sign and authorize that use of their property in that fashion. Again, this is just a recommendation. We have more to look at, and will be extensively. This is just a small piece of what we're suggesting. It's just an example for the board and the working group to see what we're recommending. So I'm going to turn this back over to Dan here for the recommendation, but I'd like to touch back on those actions for enforcement. I'll be happy to answer those questions at a later date and time. So Dan?
Thank you. So it's our recommendation that the board direct staff to draft an ordinance for consideration by the Planning Commission encompassing the recommended plant allowance, garden area limitation, and setback with any modifications as described in the recommended framework chart, the mitigation regulations with any additions or deletions, the list of sensitive uses that require a 1,000-foot setback with any additions or deletions. And it's further recommended that the board direct staff draft an ordinance for board consideration encompassing registration and permitting requirements with any additions or modifications and robust enforcement mechanisms. Thank you, and please let us know if you have any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. And we'll take audience comment in just a minute, sir. At this time, I'd like to ask if there is any questions from any Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah. Did the committee or whoever put this together discuss at all, when you talked about the 1,000-foot setback from schools, libraries, whatever, there was a whole laundry list in there. I'm okay with that, but what happens when some of those facilities can be done on residential RE kinds of lots? So someone buys a lot next to you and they decide that they're going to make a rehab facility out of that. How do we deal with that when I'm next door to them and I've been growing for X number of years and now I'm within the 1,000-foot setback?
So we did talk about that, and we also checked with our consultants. The carefully worded ordinance is critical to this, and obviously we'd be working with our consultants and our legal staff. You may allow existing uses to continue for that situation. If a new use moves into that, they understand the situation. They'd be moving into, people had an existing use that was adjacent to that. That use could, not have to, could continue. And it depends on the board's direction, the working group, and how we word that ordinance. Now, you have state law as well. So we'd have to very carefully look how that is worded to see if those precluded that.
So we'd have to accommodate that one way or another. The other question that I have is, and I'm thinking when we go to the, I'll call them bad guys, okay? The people that are not going to bother to get a permit, they're just going to go grow, and you're talking about stiff fines and all of that stuff, and I'm really in favor of that. My problem is one of the leverages that we've got over people that do go through the permit, get the permit or whatever we're going to call it, we can pull that from them. But a bad person, there's nothing to pull from them. What's to, how do we get the fine? And if the answer is we put a lien on their property, what if they're a renter?
That is always an issue depending on, this happens to be cultivation issues in cannabis. It's always an issue even with other enforcement cases. It is my hope that we work with our law enforcement, our folks in our code enforcement side, and actually come up with some real, and I guess I'd say harsh, enforcement. And it's a challenge today, and I think we all know that, and I'll just leave it at that for now.
Supervisor Royce.
First of all, I just want to thank our staff for all of their effort and energy and time invested into this. I can tell everybody in this audience that we have an enormous amount of responsibilities and roles that we play that have nothing to do with this, and it's taken a big chunk out of our time. So I just want to thank these people because they have hard jobs and they really have invested a lot of time into doing a good job and learning about this and investigating actual real-world situations so that they know what they're talking about when they're here. So thank you guys. A couple of things I want to point out. Any property that's growing potentially that would be on a rental property will have restrictions that would require landlord consent and notarized verification, correct?
That was what's suggested by staff.
Okay. And that being said, we are not allowed, based on the state statutes, to ban indoor cultivation, correct? We have to allow at least 6 plants indoor in residence or residential settings.
That's correct, but the state law does also allow the owner the right to prohibit that.
Right, so
rental agreement.
So landlords can prevent renters from doing that.
That's my understanding, yes.
If a landlord does allow someone to do that, they would be required, based on what we're proposing, to register with the county and prove that they have consent from the landlord, right?
That's the proposal.
And, okay. I think that's very important to defend people's rights. I think the enforcement is a critical part of this. And I think in talking to our county council before this meeting, there's a lot more detail that would go into that. But from our work behind the scenes, it's my impression that, like you said, it's very important that we have a stricter consequence for people who do not choose to be in compliance and register and follow our process. So, as you stated, that could be fines, that could be suspension of other rights, future registration, so forth. It could be abatements, fees related to removal of these materials, and actually property forfeiture. So I think that has a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think there are, from all the information I have, there's adequate opportunity for us to put a framework in place that can accomplish that. For the benefit of the public, I want to make a few statements and tie it into some of the things you've talked about. One thing to recognize is, and I think most people know this, but I just really want to focus the group and their logic here. Marijuana has already been legalized recreationally through a ballot measure last year, and we are dealing with the land use aspect of that. Our job here is to put together rules that govern the property rights and the what property uses are allowable. And it has to do purely with land use. When we do that, we go through a wide range of considerations, and that has to do with what types of uses are suitable, the time, place, and manner in which those things can be allowed, and what rights those people have that can be conducted on different types of property without impacting neighbors and surrounding properties to a degree that affects them negatively. And it's important that we balance, like I said, the rights of the property owner and the rights of the neighbor, who's a property owner that also has rights. And that's the focus of what we're doing here. I know there's a big range of worldviews probably sitting in this room, and they're not going to all be reconciled. To be blunt about it, I think my goal out of today is to actually, for one, get something done, because it's been several years we've been working on this. And for two, is probably have everybody in the room mad at me, which means I probably did a pretty good job in balancing all the different input and like I said, viewpoints. So
I'm already mad at you, so it's okay.
Yeah.
You're great.
That being said, this is a tough subject, and I also want to just put a little more context into it before we move too much farther ahead. This can become very controversial and can become negative, and it can become something that hurts our community, both directly and indirectly. Through this process, people can become upset and emotional, and it can become contentious. And we've seen that to the north in Calaveras County. It's become a subject that is very, very difficult to grapple with because it's polarized, and you have opposite ends of the views that are in conflict. And up until now, Tuolumne County has been very, very professional. The community and the public has been very professional in how they've conducted themselves in these meetings. And I believe they've been compassionate. I believe they've been fair. And I think up until now, there's been a good effort to compromise. And I just want to encourage everybody to keep that spirit of common sense and logic and reason and compassion, and try to get everybody to all be smart about this.
And I'll thank Supervisor Royce for entering into the comments that I was going to make prior to.
Sorry if I stole your thunder.
commenting.
But It's so important. This really can become something that hurts our community, and it can also become something that divides our community. And more than anything, it's my goal to make sure that doesn't happen. I want everybody to work towards common good and do what's right and do what's fair and reasonable. And those are my words of encouragement. I'm excited to hear what everybody has to say. And I also want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to spend some time with our staff behind the scenes on this, because it is so difficult to process information with so many variables and aspects in a setting like this. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Jerry.
After those really grand words, I have some very nitty-gritty questions, and these are largely for clarification. Let me try a little closer here. How's that? Most people don't complain when they can't hear me, but that's another story. On the R1, back to the GIS stuff here a little bit. Yeah, on the R1, the typical R1, if I'm correct, the typical R1's property is probably less than 100 feet in its smallest dimension.
They can range, 5,000 square foot. Obviously, the zoning does not, it's a minimum, but you can be larger.
Sure.
But they're typically your small lots you see in town here and you see in Tuolumne. And,
so I guess my question or comment maybe is that a 50-foot setback on an R1 property is largely mutually exclusive. There's only going to be a small handful of R1 properties that actually have any space inside.
To grow outside. Yes, and that was pointed. There's a lot of our complaints came from those types of areas, and from our professional perspective, if you have that outside growth, trying to keep the neighborhood community sense, a setback was important. So yes, it does prohibit a lot in those smaller lots.
From a practical point of view, smaller lots will be indoor only.
Highly likely.
Mostly.
Yes, sir. And multifamily as well. Your R2 and R3 would also be similar. In other words, your apartments, your townhouses.
Yeah, our two questions and our three questions a little different in general as I think about it, and what that means is that there's the place where one could grow marijuana is commons. If you're living in an apartment building, yes, I guess you have your patio, but outside of that, where would one have a marijuana plant in an apartment building outside?
Well, you remember that the zoning does not, you can have a single family dwelling on R2 and R3.
Okay.
You generally have higher densities because of the property values, and people do that.
Right.
But they are common areas that you would have. You could also have, a large parcel that's zoned R2, and you could have 2 or 3 homes on that, and you could have some actual backyard and have setbacks. So we are trying to cover a large array just by zoning to straightforward it, and that's why there's setbacks and garden restrictions.
So it would really be the most likely way that would happen. I understand there'd be exceptions, but the most likely way that would happen would be a number of residents that lived inside of an R2 place have a common area that fits the regulations, and they would get together and say, "Is it all okay?" Would
you would have one garden area.
Huh?
You'd have one garden area that met those requirements.
Amongst 10 homes in an apartment building,
Could be.
that potentially that could happen,
be.
and that would be okay by this.
As long as the owners sign off, and as long as all those things happen that we talked about, yes, that could happen.
The next really nitty-gritty question, and I'll be quick, is the K. K is a recreational area. It seems strange to me that we'd ever have an opportunity. That seems kind of you have to have a residence on the recreational area, correct?
Yeah, I'll let Dan.
Okay.
We do allow in our ordinance on the K zoning district for one permitted single-family dwelling.
Okay, so same kind of thing. If you have one, but it would have to be.
There's also instances for some of these parcels that don't allow a single-family dwelling. There could be an existing one that was built before the ordinance was put into place.
Okay.
And so we do have those instances too.
And then 2 more. In a situation where, let's say, like Pine Mountain Lake, where you've got fairly strict homeowner association regulations, they're going to come oftentimes in conflict with this. How, Pine Mountain Lake, for most of Pine Mountain Lake, you're not allowed to put in fences. here you have to put in fences. So who trumps
So
what?
CC&Rs are private ownership
Right.
restrictions. We would not enforce those. That would be a private property matter for those homeowners associations to deal with those landowners. These would apply across the board by zoning. And so HOAs, you could even have some private complexes or single-family dwellings that they form their own association of some type that have CC&Rs restricting that.
Okay.
But we would not be enforcing those restrictions. They would have to follow our rules and regulations.
And then if the other ones lay on top of that.
But to
Generally, they're far more restrictive when you have CC&Rs.
But to clarify that, we'll use the Pine Mountain Lake example. If they enforce their CC&Rs and say you can't put up a fence, that basically excludes outdoor grows.
That's correct.
In Pine Mountain Lake.
That's correct.
In the areas where that's required, yeah. And then lastly, and you talked about the various things, filtration systems and all of that you would require for indoor grows. Where would the building permit requirements step in on that? When would you have to have building permits?
Same criteria. If you're doing any modifications to your home for electrical, plumbing, mechanical that require a permit, that's where we trigger those types of things. Really, our point of that is to try to make sure if people are going to be doing this, they do it safely. They don't cause health hazards for their family, their children. They don't cause mold issues in that home that can be permanent damage to that structure. Black mold is extremely hazardous in the wrong forms. And, modifying those types of electrical, or mainly electrical, but your heating and ventilation can cause fires.
And those are generally things that do require building permits.
That's correct.
So in most of these cases, you would have to be able to set it up for an indoor grow. There's a high likelihood that you would need a building permit.
Depends on how intense you're going to get. You put one plant in there, you're probably going to be okay. If you want to go all out, you're probably out of visitor office. That's the handout information that we would provide to folks. So try to help them do this safely if they're going to be choosing to do so.
Thank you.
Kira. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to say thank you to county staff for working to bring us a very tailored proposal, recommendation. Oftentimes we've seen in the state of California with personal cultivation, indoor or outdoor, blanket ordinances where it's a one-size-fits-all. And we've been working with our current ordinance that is a blanket ordinance, and we have problems with that. And so I really appreciate the effort that's been made to try to work with the cannabis community and work with the community at large that doesn't grow or consume cannabis. I would like to echo Supervisor Royce's sentiments about, this is about our whole community. It's about getting along with each other. This is about having some patience and tolerance with our neighbors. This is about being respectful of our neighbors who are not interested in cannabis, don't want to see it or smell it. I really appreciate the mitigation definitions in here. I do have a few questions. So I come from the cannabis community, and we've been in a gray market situation for 2 decades, and we're very good at finding loopholes. And so to maintain our integrity here in this process, I'd just like to investigate some of those ideas in front of all of you. So the first one is we have outdoor plant allowance and indoor plant allowance. And I'm sure that there are other folks on this panel wondering, is that outdoor and indoor, or outdoor or indoor, or a mix?
So the intent on the table here, if you look at the column that says total per parcel, would be a maximum, both indoor, outdoor, and/or mixed. So you would have a total under R1 of 6 maximum. If you grew indoor 6, that's your 6. If you wanted to go 3 inside, and as the table shows 3 outside, there's your 6. That was the intent, and that's how the ordinance would be written if we.
Great. So that's up to the grower.
That was the intent.
Okay. Did you have something, Evan?
I think the intent also, I think you said it, but basically it's that many plants at any given time, the maximum. And we also understand there could be one outdoor season and the rest of the year somebody could, because they're not growing outdoor because the season's done, they could then transition to the indoor. Is that correct, David?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay.
That would be the intent if that's how the recommendation came on the framework. That's how we would try to craft the ordinance. Obviously, this is just framework.
Since we're on this table, I'd like to make a comment about it real quick, part if you don't mind, Kira. When we talk about the total number of plants, okay, we ought to be talking about per residence and not be talking about per parcel, because that's what the state is talking about, okay? When we go to outdoor, it makes sense to me to talk about total per parcel, okay? But when we talk about total plants, I think we ought to be talking about total per residence, okay? Because that, again, that's why the way the state works it.
When we're talking about indoor growing.
When we're talking about total, okay, it should, the total number of plants should be per residence. When we talk about how much we're going to allow outdoors, then it ought to be by parcel, because we're dealing with an entire parcel. So let's say you could have a total of you could have a total of 6 plants, okay? The total indoor would be 6, okay, per residence, because the total is also per residence. But you could have a situation where you have multiple residences on the parcel that you might want to allow them to have 12 plants, okay, per parcel, because 6 would come from one residence and 6 would come from another residence, okay? That's a fine line, but I think when we get to, and that's not exactly the way the chart is laid out, but we might want to be thinking in those terms as we go forward.
So Supervisor Rotifer hit on a question I had, and it's exactly that. I was looking at it slightly differently, in that the state has, by law, individuals can have up to 6 plants indoors. And so that's where I was differentiating, in that if it is indoors, an indoor residence, they could have 6 plants legally. When we go to outdoors, that's when this table would become effective or come in play.
And we were trying to depict in this table the total per parcel, the aggregate, to try to get both the panel to understand and for the public to see there's a limit
Per
parcel. It's where you come into the trick on this is multiple residences. So I'll use
that's why you need to
That
stay.
is correct.
That's why the total needs to be per residence, and then the outdoor allowance is going to be per parcel, okay? And if you have 2 residences on there, you may or may not allow them to have 12 plants growing in one contiguous garden for the 6 for each one of those residences.
we do have to follow the state law, which is what Supervisor Rutherford is alluding to here for the public and the panels. So we cannot preclude people from growing inside in their residence.
That is correct.
And so, table, we need to be clear when we're talking about this. When we get to those decision points, let's make sure we're all saying the same things. We don't have any confusions. So, thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to interrupt you, Kira.
No problem. Just part of the conversation here. Is MPZ irrelevant as a zoning?
MPZ is secondary zoning. So it's typically attached to something, you know, if it's a A20 MPZ.
Great. Okay. Flipping over to your mitigation list, discussing fencing, height. I am wondering how you're defining the height of the plant. Is it from the ground in which it's grown in to the top, and what time of year? Is it measured from the ground upon which a pot sits and the top of the plant, and what time of year?
So this is, scroll back to one of those pictures, because this is a perfect example of, for everybody to see. So here's a good one. You got a raised bed, flower bed on the left-hand side of this picture. You've got fiber mesh potting soil plants that these plants grow in on the right. So the question from our commissioner here is to look at, are we talking about the height of the plant? Let me show it on the screen here. We're talking about the height of the plant from here or here in this picture. Are we talking height of the plant from here or here? I believe is what your question is. Is that correct?
Yes.
So staff had envisioned you're talking at the base of the plant. The problem you're going to have with this, you're going to have some additional restrictions. If you choose to grow this way in a backyard, you still are going to have a 6-foot fence issue. You should not be able to see that plant at all. And that's the recommendation of 6. If you choose to grow this way, you are limiting yourself. If you choose to grow this way, you would obviously have more opportunity to get more plant. But the point of it is the maximum height of it would be from the base of the plant.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My final question, and then we can move on to Supervisor Gray or yourself, is definition of front yard. Is this defined by a roadway border, front entry of your house, where your garage is?
This is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
And I make no mistake about it. I really appreciate you bringing that up. People use their garage as their front entrance. Sometimes they think that's their front yard. And we deal with this all the time. Supervisor Royce, in a construction issue, we see this a lot. What do you call the side yard? What do you call the front yard? And our setbacks for planning regulatories are decision points upon what is front, side, and rear yards. Typically, you'll see a residential type of lot where you obviously your front door, your garage face north, your house abuts a street. It's your front yard, right? Not all those are situations like that. We're going to have to be very careful about how we define that in this ordinance. And I will tell you, everybody in this room and yourselves that are sitting up there, we will have difficulty with that at some point. We're going to have to do our best to define it. We've looked at a lot of ordinances that do have those definitions. It is our hope that most people won't challenge that, but I will tell you there will be a few, and we'll just have to deal with them. We write the rule and the regulations for the norm, not the exception. And that's be my suggestion to this group. We'll deal with the exceptions.
Supervisor Gray.
A number of my questions were answered pertaining to R2 and R3. You do have listed as TPZ, the timberland, and you're proposing to no plants outdoors. The reasoning behind that?
Those are our commercial and industrial zones. We very specifically, this is personal use and personal cultivation. This is not commercial types of things. So those zones in TPZ, those are completely different. If they had a residence on that zone, Supervisor Gray, we would allow this table to agree with it. But a large part of our county is forestry land and special timber districts. And those are not areas that we typically allow personal types of grows in unless you have a residence there. So that's why we're restricting that.
Okay, that's what I'm getting into, because you're looking at my chart. We're looking at 83,000 acres in timber preserve. Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of land.
We have very few houses in those timber preserves too.
Right, but we'll deal with the houses.
Very, very few of them.
Okay. The other question I have, you mentioned on the fines and enforcement area, had to do with the minimal fee. What do you propose the minimal fee to be?
I mean, if you look at fees, and we have to be very careful about what we call a fee and what we call a fine and what we call enforcement. Our fees are set by time and motion studies, basically. We have to be very careful. Those are hearings that we set and go through that process. It's suggested to cover our costs to implement that type of permit, or registration in this case is what we're talking about. Minimum could be $25, $50. I don't know at this point. I don't want to say a number that we stick to. It's not what we're here to talk about. It's just if they would give us a direction to work towards that, we would look towards something that gives you the cost and to recover that, and that would be the goal.
All right, thank you.
And for clarification, before we implemented a fee structure, we would have to have a public meeting to discuss that fee structure.
Absolutely.
Scott.
Thank you. And thanks to the staff, that wonderful job on the diagrams and the research and everything else. You mentioned in one of your first slides that you did some research by contacting folks from out of state. Some of these states have already, Colorado's been in the business for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Do their plant counts, did you take that into consideration when developing this chart?
I'll talk briefly, but Daniel did a lot of research, and I called a lot of the directors and folks from the other. I was looking for an overall enforcement issue, how they implemented the personal side of things. Most of those states are allowing commercial growing and that type of thing now. So we vary by agricultural type of land down in the valley versus rangelands up in the foothills like we are here. I would say we're right in the middle of the road. I'm going to let Daniel talk a little bit about it. Depends on what county you have in those states, like
Right.
we are,
Mhm.
as well as the type of environment they are, whether they're more rural or they're more city. Daniel, you have anything to add to that? It was Oregon, Washington, Colorado. I don't know if you called New Mexico your home state or not, but anyway.
Yeah, so something important to consider when looking at that is they do have a different state law for personal cannabis allowance. I believe Colorado is 3 immature plants and 3 mature plants at a time. One example I have was from El Paso County. They're not allowing any more than 12 plants, but that was just a base blanket ordinance, basically. The majority of the Colorado ordinances that we looked at were just base blanket ordinances, and like David was saying, when you get into the city, Denver, I believe, was only allowing up to the 3 mature plants. And typically, a lot of those, they don't go into too much depth on what they're allowing for personal use because they do have the commercial dispensaries pretty wide renowned there, so.
Okay. Yeah. The other question I have is the federal lands deal. Are there any, I know you touched on it briefly, but like up in Strawberry, Pinecrest, if there's a residence that's on U.S. forestry land, I think
That's my knowledge. We have no authority to say what they can and can't do on that. I do not know if the state law applies to them or not. They're on federal land.
So it's on.
And they have a permit. They don't own those parcels. They generally have a permit to have that on there for 50, almost bought one in Strawberry, I think it was, or Pinecrest, it was like 50 years. And you had to follow by that if you varied from it. Yeah, they don't sign it, you're done. So I don't know. I would not want to recommend to any of those folks but to check with the federal agencies that issue them.
It's still a violation of federal law, and if you're on federal property, I think you're running a pretty big risk.
Yeah, I would agree with you and just wouldn't give anybody legal advice, but we don't have any regulatory authority, to the best of my knowledge, on those federal lands.
Or the city, right? Or the city of Sonora.
Or the city of Sonora, that's correct.
If I can interrupt a second to build on that a little bit, didn't we hear in one of the presentations we had about required setbacks from federal land as well? You can't be within 50 foot of a federal property line, I don't think, even if you're.
Yeah, there's a lot of restrictions. The feds have a lot of power and authority, so yes.
So, I mean, even though it's on county land, if you're 50
Still
feet
gotta
away,
follow those
the federal
regulatory-
rule I thought was bigger, like
No more
1,000 feet or
setbacks,
something
that's
like
correct.
that.
So if you have a lot directly adjacent to it, you may not be able to
Right,
do
okay.
that.
Well, my concern is these folks that have these cabins or houses are Tuolumne County residents. And if for some reason we think that, we can just tell them it's okay, and the next thing you know, the U.S. Forestry Police Department's knocking on their door, that might be a problem. My other questions are more on the legal side of it. You mentioned here that you're looking about if a cultivator has an issue or a resident has an issue when they're growing their marijuana, and you mentioned a specific amount of time that might be listed in an ordinance, or what kind of time frame?
So are you referring to somebody that would have an actual registration and a permit, or somebody that is growing out of violations?
Say they have a permit, but they're out of the restrictions.
And so we have
out of compliance.
Notice of compliance orders and notice to correct on our standard abatement procedures for enforcement. I know that some of the panels had asked for shorter timelines. We would follow the suggestions set forth by you and try to follow our existing ordinances to try not to create dual systems. It would be my recommendation. So those folks that are complying would have more time to make a correction if they registered and had a permit, unless there was an egregious type of situation where, since I saw it, if you're growing hundreds of plants, it's probably not a situation that should be follow the normal process.
All right.
And this is for us in legal to work through some very delicate issues on enforcement, how we work through that.
Yeah, if you arrive at a grow site that's out of compliance and you give them 30 days to take care of it, I mean,
You generally get
the grow's probably going to be gone in 30 days. It'll be taken care of.
You 10 to 14 day notices for corrections to go back, but you can extend that out, and folks
Okay.
have figured that out. And, that's one of the frustrations I think from our community members is our compliance regulations, and we have to work on those. But people are entitled to their rights as far as enforcement, and how we write this ordinance is important to your recommendations here. We'll have to work with legal counsel how to do this. If something's interested in having it more restrictive or quicker compliance, we're going to have to work through that legally.
Okay. Another legal question for you.
Turn around and ask the young ladies behind me, maybe.
I'm sitting right behind you. And I don't know if this can be answered or not, but if you restrict the amount of plants that can be grown in a residence inside or out to 6, and a doctor comes along with a prescription that says that's not enough. You need 50 plants. Are we in any kind of legal standing as far as our restrictions?
Yes. The state
Yeah,
said.
go ahead and take that one, Carlin.
Go ahead.
Carlin Drivdahl, Deputy County Counsel. What you're dealing with is a zoning issue, not a medical issue. So if a doctor says that they need more medication and they're not allowed to grow that much on their property, they're going to have to get their medication from a different source.
But.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Abdal, can I ask for a clarification on that? Because it's my understanding that at this point in time, the state has defined it as 6 plants for personal medical. Anything above 6, they are considering will be a commercial endeavor.
Correct. A plant number 7 would then require
Trigger
state
a
license.
commercial. Thank you.
Last question, but it's the big question. It's been raised during most, if not all of our meetings that we've had in the past, is odor. Will the ordinance that we're working on tonight, will that address that problem? Or that concern, I should say.
If you look at the tenants that we talked about, Go back to the slide that has the mitigations, please. The very top of the slide, if you look at the mitigations, you have odor, you have safety, visibility, enforcement, environment, and quality of life. The number one thing there was odor. And it was our intent as we did our research and went out to these sites and looked at it, and we have to give you staff's perspective. Everybody across that group there, every person in this audience is going to have a different perception of what is odor or smell, stench, whatever the word is you want to use. And we did our best as staff to literally walk up to the plants, clear our pallets and walk off and see where we actually caught this odor, and tried to give a good sense to this group what our recommendation was. You're talking about two individuals that are not versed in this, and we tried to give a good sense of, if I was living next to something, what could I say wouldn't be so obtrusive I couldn't stand it anymore. And every person's going to be different. Will this address everybody's concerns? Absolutely not. Will it address what we feel is our professional recommendation, the majority of it? We wouldn't have put that in there if we didn't think so. What decisions you guys and recommendations you guys make, hopefully tonight, my recommendation is we see how it goes for a year. I am not suggesting you write an ordinance for 1 year, please. Give me the chance to come back to you with our staff and our whole team to give you a perspective on the complaints that we receive, a perception how it's going out there, what's going well and what's not, and how we're dealing with the odor and how the setbacks are dealing with the issues about neighbors and how they feel that odor is traveling is important. These plants are unique. When they're flowering was when the time that Dan and myself personally went out to these sites. We tried to go with the peak times where we felt in the mornings when they do in the morning air is heavy, when we thought we'd smell them the worst. We went downwind from them, we went upwind from them. We traveled in the middle of the day. We tried to see them in the evening times to try to get an overall sense of what 6 plants felt like, 12 plants, 24 plants, the sizes of them. You saw the different variables here. So will our recommendations about setbacks solve everything, Mr. Clint? Absolutely not. But we feel it is a good, prudent start, and we feel it'll help mitigate some of the complaints we've seen.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time and all the work.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the team for all the hard work. Obviously, a lot of thought went into what you've done here. I also want to thank the audience for all being here. It's important. We've been anxious to hear from all of you, and we're spending all the time talking. That it hasn't worked too well, but I got a few questions. One, you responded to Mr. Clamp's comments about enforcement. I guess when we come back, I'd like that a little more clear. How long, and you give somebody notice, correct, how long? I mean, there's got to be a penalty for speeding. And there's a lot of anxiety over this, and the public has a lot of concern over this. This is not something we can't do, can choose to do nothing about. It's legal. The state has made it legal, but our job is to, if you will, regulate and control it in the best interest of the public. So I think we need to know how long compliance, given notice, correct. And I'm a little concerned about the no permit and what the mitigation is there. And no permit is flagrant violation, if you will, and that ought to be severe and swift. And I'm anxious when you come back to tell us what that means. I think we all need to know what that means. With that, a couple of comments to benchmark myself and other people. I think I know the answers personally to some of this, but because I've done some research, but I think everybody needs to know. Looking at that picture you have, that first picture, if you can. That one, whoops. Okay, the one on the right certainly is a big plant. Whoever's growing that knows how to grow a big plant. What's the yield on a plant like that?
Okay, so I'll answer, and I'm going to let Daniel answer, and I'll be really upfront. We got varied answers from folks. I feel they were being forthright. You also have different yields. These plants,
Well, look, there's a lot of different species, I understand.
there are, and they're different sized buds, the weight of those things, the moisture content, how they're dried. So the yields from those plants can be 5 to 10 pounds.
5 to 10? Okay.
So I'm going to ask everyone in the audience, I know there is a
Didn't like that answer.
variation in what is yielded from these plants depending on what you're doing with them and what you're actually looking for. A number of you have shared different scenarios, I think, with all of us on the committee. And so, again, our staff has done the best to try and gather information by talking to individuals. And so please let them respond. And we will be going to public comment shortly.
So everybody's going to have a different opinion. And we were told different things by all these different growers. I don't grow. All I can do is listen to these folks. We went and saw very different sites on here. All these different growers, I think, were trying to be as forthright as they felt comfortable with. And the plant size on the left obviously is very small. There's a very small yield from that. So regardless of what the yield is, it is obviously more than the smaller plant on the left. And if you look at the average consumption for medical uses on these things, we think our recommendations are fair. And they're not going to make everybody happy.
Okay.
They weren't intended to make
With the
everybody
question
happy.
that I asked, I mean, that plant on the right, based on the fact that you got a man standing there, it looks like a man, I'm going to guess he's about 6 feet tall. That's a pretty tall plant, probably wouldn't meet the 6-foot grow requirements.
That's a well-grown, well-cared-for plant. I was impressed.
And it's really big diameter, maybe on the order of 8 to 10 feet.
We saw several of these types of grows, and we got varied answers from those individuals. That plant is probably 10 foot around.
Okay, so that would take up 100 square feet.
What's that?
A plant like that would take up roughly 100 square feet.
Yeah, that plant was probably 10 by 10, and probably
Okay. Just trying to get a feel so I benchmark against some of the data on your chart. Okay.
And if you look at these plants on the right, those were very small plants. They were 3 foot, at the height of the maximum on it. The one on the left there is obviously in the same garden area as the other plant, but look at the size difference on it. It's not anywhere near in height as the other one.
Well, the ones on the right looked like they were in containers. That may restrict their size. I don't know. I don't know much about the culture of this plant. I do need to have some more data, and maybe Kira can provide some of that in terms of the yield of these plants. But I'm also curious what the need is for a medical patient, and whether we're meeting that need in some of these things. You're answering my question on monitoring effectiveness. You think it takes a year to determine whether that's happened? That was your answer to.
It's just my recommendation that we come back to see where we're at.
My question would be, how are you going to monitor effectiveness? And you don't have to answer that right now.
Okay.
But when you come back to us with an ordinance, I'm going to want to know how you're going to monitor it and know that this is working, very frankly, working. And I am a little concerned with the chart that you have on your recommendation. It seems a little bit complicated to me. And I'm a believer, since we're starting out at this, in keeping it simple. So I'm a little nervous about that. And I heard Supervisor Rotifer in his second or third speech make a comment about per person. I'm not sure whether I buy into that or not. I understand the sensitivity to per person, but it's also an opportunity to speed again. I believe we got seduced into 24 plants, and I think in that medical use marijuana issue a few years ago, out of ignorance and lack of knowledge, and I don't believe that anybody needs 24, particularly when I see the size of them. So I'm a little nervous about that in opening this up. I'd like to, we can always change a year down the road when you monitor effectiveness. step into this and make it work. It's important that it work, in my mind, for the benefit of the public. And both sides of the equation. The anxiety, and I'll be very frank so everybody knows, I've gotten an enormous number of phone calls, some letters, a lot of email, and particularly in the last few days, 72 hours. And an awful lot of them are very much opposed to us doing anything at all. Now, we can't do nothing, and that's one of the things I want to make sure everybody understands. Again, can't say enough. We have to do something. It's legal. You can grow marijuana in the state of California. And so our job is to just make sure it works for our community. And that's what I want to do, make it work. And we'll make it work for both sides. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. And we can always adjust. That's just a general comment. I am anxious to hear from the people that are here.
Supervisor Hanvelt, may I touch upon one thing back? When you had mentioned enforcement, and I forget which other panel member or board member had mentioned that, we would ask as staff to give us some guidance on what you expect. Do you want enforcement on the standard 2-week, 30-day type of thing, 60-day noticing, or do you expect something different? It is important for you guys to give us information versus to come back with something that you don't expect.
Okay,
we may not be able to deliver what you're asking for.
Here's the point. It has to be effective. And I'm not sure I know what effective means in this. If I go out and I challenge somebody with an overgrow and I give them basically an order to correct, and they just harvest it all. I mean, they corrected it. They got rid of it. It isn't a problem. Or is it a problem? I mean, there's no penalty there.
So we have our process that we go through.
I know.
It's normally 10 days. I've heard some folks that's not enough. You want to see it faster. Also realization about it's going to incur staffing. So is 10 days quick enough for a turnaround for an enforcement action? If it's not, then we need to hear that.
Okay. Well,
that will, yeah, I believe that is going to flush itself out as we write the ordinance. But I really did want to, that was the last question that actually I wanted to get at is, and I'm looking at staff, and that includes legal, law enforcement, CRA. Is this, as you've laid forward, is it defensible and enforceable? And I am looking for just some general consensus because I think that is probably the biggest piece that I heard from individuals, that there is sympathy for those that need to grow for some medical need. But the public wants to be assured that we can both monitor it for compliance and enforce the regulation that we set forward. So I'm going to have general agreement and looking to all of the different individuals that would be a huge piece of this, so that this would be something that would be enforceable.
Madam Chair, the group that met is everybody you see sitting right here. And we had our legal team there, we had our enforcement team, we've had our planning team, and we had some folks from outside perspective from our CAO's office look at it and talk to this. We believe what you have before you, and I'll speak for myself, for my department, is something that is workable. It's not going to make both sides happy. We welcome you to look at those numbers, to adjust those as you see fit as a panel, keeping in mind those setbacks in the plan areas and the garden areas are critical to that, in our opinion, to mitigate, and the security, the height limits, all those things are very, very important. If you take a component out in the wrong place, it could affect the overall, but we believe that they are enforceable and effective the way it's written.
All right. At this time, we are going to go to public comment. I hope it is evident to everyone, both listening on the radio or on Cable 8, and to those in the audience, how very seriously both the Marijuana Working Group and the Board of Supervisors have taken this subject. We have asked staff to invest the time to come up with a recommendation that would both meet some of the needs, and again, we know it won't meet everyone's need for the personal and medical side, but that would also be respectful of the community at large. I appreciate Supervisor Royce's comments earlier because I think, again, there is a collective agreement from everyone on this table that we have appreciated the conversations that we have been able to have. I will say for myself personally, there has been a tremendous learning curve associated with this topic. And I appreciate the time that individuals have invested to try and educate me on this subject. So with that, I fully anticipate that we will treat each other with respect, knowing that we will have a broad spectrum of comments from the audience, but that everyone is entitled to share their opinion with us. We will have a 2-minute timeline because I know I anticipate there will be a number of you that would like to speak to us. So we will have a 2-minute timeline that we will have to hold to, and Mr. Pedro will be running a timer to the side. I do not want to be rude in cutting someone off, but we will have to hold to that timeline. Also, I would ask that we remember the agenda item, and this is about an ordinance for personal use only. This is not a subject, the subject matter does not include any commercial cultivation. And so again, if we wander into areas that do not pertain to the subject, I will ask you to stay on topic. Please understand that I am doing that in the interest of keeping us on track and moving forward. So, with that, I would ask anyone that is interested in addressing the panel, and please remember you're addressing the panel, not the audience, to come forward.
Hi, guys. I know most of you. My name is Suzanne Cruz, and I'm from Sonora. And I just want to let you know that I did hear Supervisor Royce's words that since California has passed this law, we're burdened with figuring it out. But I also asked the board to consider personal stories. So with that in mind, I would like to tell mine. In 2013, while working as a peace officer and directing traffic, a car veered towards me, nearly killing me. I'm actually lucky to be standing in front of you today on these 2 legs. A search of the woman's car revealed 2 cans of recreational marijuana. That is the end of my story. I could go on, but I think you should know that people smoking it aren't just not hurting other people. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just concerned with one of the things that really stands out to me is your height limit of 6 feet with a 6-foot fence. That would be really wonderful if we all lived in the valley where you're driving at the same elevation. But we all live on the hills here, so that means anybody who lives up the street from you now sees into your garden, even though you're got a 6-foot height and a 6-foot fence, and you're saying that it can't be seen. That is the most ridiculous concept. It's not viable in this county. If you want to do this in the valley, then go work in the valley. But that is a completely ridiculous concept. Anybody driving down the hill, approaching your property, you could have a 6-foot fence and a 6-foot plant, but those people would still see that. So you're saying if they can see it, that it's not legal. That's ridiculous.
My name is John McAllister. I live here in Sonora. First of all, it should be pointed out that Cultivation should be limited to that allowed by present state law for the reason that any policy more liberal than that is a de facto advocacy for marijuana use. With all the pro-medical marijuana publicity and clamoring for decriminalization of this drug, it can be hard to remember that marijuana is indeed damaging and addictive, causes harmful effects. We're doing a real disservice to the youth especially when we are permissive about the dangers involved and do not let it be known that there are harmful, serious effects associated with use of marijuana. Marijuana addiction is most pronounced among America's young people. Of those going to rehabilitation for marijuana addiction, 45% are under 21. If you count those under 24, it's more like 55%. Of all the risks, they should not just accept the propaganda of the decriminalization campaigns without some rebuttal. The dangers of the immediate effects are known: distortions of time and space, perception, impaired coordination, all of which contribute to increased automobile and other accidents. But more importantly also for students is to know the effect it has on difficulty of thinking, problem solving, impairment of memory and learning, and these difficulties can last for as long as 4 weeks after use of the drug. Chronic use and higher dosages are also related to psychosis and schizophrenia. Abusers suffer damage to their social life, work, cognitive ability, and life goals. Proponents
Thank you very
say
much.
that it's
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Supervisors, I'm Richard Todd. I live in Sonora. As the elected tribal leaders of our community, you all bear the responsibility of maintaining the values of our community as a whole, not only in a fiscally responsible way, but also with an eye to the cultural, spiritual, and behavioral values. You possess the wisdom, judgment, and character necessary to maintain our community's best interests, and that's what we're asking you to do. After reviewing SCI's consulting group's website, they state that they provide comprehensive cannabis policy services, but they neglect to address some key questions in their study. The changing cultural attitudes mentioned in paragraph 1 of the study paper under history on page 2 are only mentioned in passing and not explained at all in the paper. Many in our community observe these changes as cultural decline and not a passport to acceptance. In an age where self-indulgence is rampant, parenting skills have declined, and high school test scores indicate ever decreasing reading, writing, and math skills, you have to ask, how will implementation benefit the community? Will it provide a profound increase in the study habits of our kids? Will it promote and stimulate an increase in ambition, industriousness, and a stronger work ethic, in short, character? Do we now throw out our current child endangerment regulations as meaningless while parents smoke in front of their kids? We all know the answer is no. That is why it's called a drug. And implementation, as it's called, is heralding tacit approval of increased use of cannabis. We need higher values in our communities, not lower ones. These are not good times for us in our culture. Implementation is a slap in the face to parents who are struggling to keep their kids off of drugs.
Thank you very much.
I just have one more item.
Sir, I'm sorry, I have to hold everyone to the 2-minute timeline.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David McGuigan in Sonora. I haven't had the joy of experiencing the emails you are receiving, which are apparently mostly complaints. My concern here is to avoid the tendency to overreact. Let's consider the original measure that allowed for up to 24 plants with a setback of 25 feet. The current proposal for R1 is 3 plants with a 50-foot setback. In the addressing of the odor complaints, the number of plants is substantially reduced and the distance significantly increased. And I am the opinion that the proposed changes are a little too severe. I have to tell you that, as written, I will be zoned out of growing my medical cannabis outdoors. My property is approximately 100 feet wide, as people have said, so there's really not a place that is 50 feet from the property line. 25 is not a problem, but 50 is just not possible. Consider the quantity defined as a setback divided by the number of plants. This is a simplification of the notion that more plants will make more odor, and the farther away, the less it is perceived. Using this quantity, the original measure had a value of 25 over 24, or approximately 1. The current proposal for R1 properties is 50 feet over by free plants, or approximately 17. Then consider the RE3 proposal of 100-foot setback for 12 plants, or approximately 8. If we use that quantity of 8 as a guideline, then the setback of 25 feet would be appropriate for 3 plants, and a 50-foot setback would be appropriate for 6 plants. Even given this suggestion, my property is still only suitable for 3 plants outdoors, and as I explained to you previously, 3 plants is really not sufficient for me. Now, if I could grow that way, it would be. I believe most medical patients, and I can fully appreciate the complexities having different levels for medical versus recreational usage, but I do believe where the general support for medical grows consistent with the support for patients that would justify different levels.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margie Bulkin. I'm the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools. And I'm joined by a number of educators in the audience tonight who have a compelling interest in protecting the approximately 7,000 children and youth of our county, which we believe can only be assured through the continued declaration that the cultivation of marijuana is a public nuisance and a threat to the safety of our children. I also take issue with slide number 14, which talks about sensitive use areas, designating the space of about 1,000 feet from schools. There isn't a place in our county where education doesn't take place. Every space in our county is a place of learning, whether it's at a home, which I have 50 affidavits of private school instruction at 50 residences approved by the state of California, but field trips, opportunities for parents to take their children in every space in our county means to me that no zone or every zone is off the table. At each of our schools, we survey our students to determine alcohol, tobacco, and other drug use. In 2011, 32% of our 11th graders reported using marijuana 4 times or more. While that number had decreased to 20% in 3 years, we weren't winning because the at-risk youth have 4 times more likelihood of marijuana use. So in closing, the educators here today wish to express our strong opposition to the mixed messaging that a license to cultivate would send to our children and youth, and ask for you to stand with us in reducing the proliferation of marijuana. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Kraft, Tuolumne County resident and director of the Tuolumne Cannabis Alliance. I have reviewed and studied the draft ordinance your staff has produced. It is obvious you have spent a lot of time and effort on the subject. In my opinion, if approved, this ordinance will effectively satisfy patients and resolve the complaints from those who do not wish to be affected by the visual, sight, or the odor of the plant. I highly recommend approving this ordinance. Thank you, county staff and Board of Supervisors, for having a truly compassionate view on the subject. And thank you.
I'm Rick Garner, District 4. Just a couple of things. First off, the fees on the medical cannabis end of this. I pay $125 a year for a recommendation already. It seems like that for the medical patient is going to be kind of a double jeopardy thing. It doesn't seem fair. That's pretty much what I am concerned about. And I have another thing that I want to say. My recommendation says that I am exempt of laws that are in place by the California Supreme Court, and it actually says I can grow 99 plants. Now, since when does a local Board of Supervisors override the California Supreme Court? I'm just asking.
My name's Donnie Garner. I'm in Evan Royce's district. I'd like to show you guys this card real quick. It also allows me to grow 99 plants as well. And I couldn't hear very much in the back, but I didn't hear anything for medical as far as how many plants you're allowed. Like I said, the same thing as him, I'm allowed 99 plants because I have to make concentrates. So if you're only allowing 6 outdoor in a 50-foot area, that's not going to be enough. I'm going to have to go to someone who's selling on the black market in order to take care of the things I need. So all you're doing is creating more black market problem. So please allow people with medical to stick with their medical. Thank you.
My name is David Peters. I've been a social worker for 50 years in the Department of Corrections, Department of Youth Authority, in the medical field, Child Protective Services, Welfare Department. And over those 47 years of counseling, no one can convince me that marijuana is not a gateway drug. Not everybody that smokes marijuana is going to go on to hard stuff, but almost everybody I've talked to that's on hard stuff started with marijuana. The other thing I want to say is that the talk tonight has been almost a foregone conclusion that this is happening and how are we going to do it. The people of this community I've talked to are not in favor of that. I believe you received over 500 signatures from people collected in only 2 days that stated they do not want the prohibition against outdoor growing lifted, that they want it to remain in place. And I totally agree with that. The idea that we can solve all of our problems by taking tax money from marijuana, and the group that's SCI consulting group itself said we're going to get between $500,000 and $1 million if we're lucky. That won't touch the surface of it. Not the surface of it. We're talking about complicated stuff tonight. Nobody knows what went on there on those pictures. The easiest way to remedy that problem is to not let outside growth take place at all. No outside cultivation. The proposition that was passed in California only requires that a person be allowed to get 6 plants. Indoor growth does not require any outdoor growth whatsoever. And I think we ought to stick with that for the sake of our community, our children, and especially our children, and the message we're sending to them.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Kirk, and just yesterday I was reading the news, and CNN had an article stating that the Presidential Commission had strongly recommended that everybody slow down on making marijuana more available to people. In reading some of the links they had in there, it took me to what I think has become a rather famous Colorado study linking marijuana use to opioid deaths. And when you look at this chart, they claim that the rate of opioid deaths has gone down since recreational marijuana use was legitimized. I took the effort to actually download the data and plot it by year, and I get a very different result. What you can clearly see here in the red years since marijuana was legitimized is that the rate of opioid deaths has actually increased, and it has been higher in every year since before it was legitimized. It's a rather interesting result. How is it that we're publishing studies that show that marijuana is saving people's lives when in fact it is not? So I would encourage the board to follow the Presidential Commission's suggestion and to go as slow as possible, which in my mind means to be as conservative as possible and not allow outside marijuana growth. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir. And for the public benefit, if you present something in your conversation, we need to, would you please give it to the county clerk? Thank you.
I'll
give it to her after.
After?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Dr. Kenneth Renwick. I've been a family physician in this town for about 30 years. And I'm speaking really on behalf of my patients, some of whom use medical marijuana. And I know there's debate, and some people in my comments are basically this, that I want to answer the critics who claim that there is really no medical benefit to medical marijuana, that it's a scam, that people think that it's just bunk. In contrast, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Neurology, and other professional organizations have declared that good evidence shows that marijuana controls pain and spasticity. Researchers have shown benefit from marijuana with multiple sclerosis, tremors, Tourette's, tics and outbursts, difficult neuropathic pain, uncontrollable seizures, nausea and vomiting of chemotherapy, weight loss from anorexia, and even the risk of opioid overdose. The VA itself found that vets using marijuana used fewer narcotics and had fewer ODs. The California Outcomes Measurement System, the state itself, looked at drug treatment programs and found that medical marijuana users fared equal to or better than non-users in treatment completion, criminal justice involvement, and medical concerns. Like pain management, marijuana users reduce opioid use, perhaps making it a bit easier or less difficult to get off heroin. And I actually, in this community, I'm working with heroin addicts and helping them get off. And it's a very complicated thing, but I want to say that medical marijuana actually does have benefits. And I'll pass these over. There are over 40 references here from the medical literature, and there are hundreds more available if you want to search it. And so it's a misnomer that there isn't any benefit. And so I just want people to balance their judgment. I also think that the gentleman commented about concentrations, and I have patients who do extracts, and it takes a lot more plant material. I'm not familiar with the numbers, but there is a place for that, providing more, and there may be a position that the board can look at.
Thank you
where
very
someone,
much.
where someone has more use of that.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Lauren Hurley. I am a Tuolumne County resident and a director of the Tuolumne Cannabis Alliance. I've been standing before you on behalf of cannabis for 2 years now. Breaking the negative stigma attached to cannabis isn't an easy task after decades of misinformation and disinformation. I always appreciate your ability to listen and reason with open minds. As I listen to complaints about cannabis and the worry about our community, I respectfully ask of you, if you are this concerned about cannabis, do you have the same concerns about the access to tobacco, alcohol, pharmaceuticals in this county? If not, you should be. I caution you in pointing fingers and casting stones. Prohibition of a plant that affords better options than the above-mentioned poisons must end. I'd like to thank you and the county staff for this draft ordinance as presented today for the agenda. Clearly, regulating cannabis is a daunting task, and I appreciate the time that you collectively have taken to get to where you are today. I have read and support the recommended framework as shown on page 2 of the agenda packet. I look forward to working towards sensible and responsible cannabis regulation in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Leingang. I live in Tuolumne County, and I would like to be able to do what I would like to do on my property responsibly without bothering my neighbors, but having a right to grow what's legal in California. I would also like to have an increase or maybe case-by-case basis on compliance, because there's no way I would ever let drugs get into the hand of a child, first of all. And second of all, it's a business opportunity for me to run a collective.
Okay, we're not talking about
I know,
commercial.
I know. But I would just like to say that I would like to be able to manage my property the way I want. And in conclusion, my son who was murdered was killed by someone who was drinking too much alcohol.
Hello, my name is Corinne Robinson. I am live in Tuolumne County now. I am a soon-to-be local business owner. I thought you guys did a very good job about coming together with permits, because I had to go through the city about getting, permits to sell alcohol and to do all this other stuff. So I think you guys did I think you came up with a pretty decent job, so thank you. Also, on that note, I have been personally selling alcohol for the past 15 years. And you need to be responsible, which I think as long as everything is in a responsible act, then it's an adult thing. It is not for children. And as long as there's a key situation, like separation, that'll be key in all of that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Also, with the relation with narcotics. Now, we have a major meth, heroin, and other substance abuses going on here. Marijuana has been shown to help people come off of these drugs. You know, no one's going to go out and kill somebody to get their next fix like these meth heads and heroin addicts will do. So we also need to think about that. You know, this is you're getting written prescriptions for narcotics, and that's how these kids are getting these pills from their parents out of their medicine cabinets. You know, that also needs to be looked at as responsibility. So yeah, I think if we just take this as, you know, this is a business, so if we get proper business permits and people abide by the rules, I think this could be a very good situation for everybody. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Robert Griffith, Superintendent of Somerville Union High School District. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for all the work that you do on the behalf of our county. I want to thank the staff for the work they've done and for the members of the committee that have worked on this topic. I appreciate the fact that the genie is out of the bottle, whether we want it to be or not. And now it's our responsibility to put parameters onto how marijuana is addressed in this county. What I can tell you is a personal story, and my personal story is this, and that is for over 30 years, I have been an advocate for children. And typically, it's for the most needy children that I've been the advocate. However, what I have seen in my experience is that is working with great athletes that get diverted into, for whatever reason, using marijuana, or an outstanding student and see them get diverted into marijuana and lose their focus and eventually move on into, you know, the perimeters of our society. I have seen even worse, the most needy among us, the most needy children and students are most susceptible to being diverted into the use of marijuana. I have seen the bringing of marijuana to school at a greater rate over the last 20 years. Before that time, we saw it very little. And that is this principle, and that is for each incremental increase in distribution, growth, and access by the adults in our culture, students get it in their hands, and it comes to school, and it pollutes their lives. Now, I would just ask that the board keep this in mind. Any liberalization beyond what the state minimum in allowing cultivation is going to put that much more marijuana into the hands of our kids. And I urge you to not make that decision. Thank you.
My name is Judy Olson, and I appreciate the board and everything you've done to try to get this together. I also appreciate all the comments that have been made. I thought everyone's been very respectful. I'd like to read the single-family resident on your own paper here about the purpose of a single-family residential R1 district is to stabilize and protect the residential characteristics of the district and to promote and encourage a suitable environment for family life. Marijuana doesn't do that. I didn't vote for 94, but we lost. So now we must endure. I do appreciate all your regulations. I don't think there's any reason to go any more beyond what the state has put into the proposition that was voted on and passed. I agree with no outdoor cultivation. I think indoor cultivation, 6 plants, should do it. And that's what everyone voted for. So let's let them have it. But I don't see any reason in going any further than that. One of the pictures on that screen was that, I don't know, it was a rounded kind of dome thing, and there was pot plants all the way down it. I don't know if that was a commercial grow or if that was somebody's personal grow, but it's too much. I don't think that that kind of stuff is scary. And pot is addictive. Addictions need to be fed. That means I can use 6 plants this year, but I'm going to need 8 next year, and I may need 10 the year after that. The superintendent, I saw it 50 years ago, pot come into my culture when I was in high school, and my very, very dearest friends were distracted into almost personal destruction because of it. And now I understand it's even morphed into a stronger drug. We got to be careful with this. I do appreciate all your time. Thank you very much.
Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing this opportunity for all of us to express our opinions. I come from a very unique perspective. My name is Timothy Morton. I have 2 boys on the autism spectrum. Because of this diagnosis, they have sensory, what we call sensory challenges. The odors that you're talking about, the things that these plants, emanate, actually physically affect my 2 boys. We had to close our windows most of the summer this year because of the amount of marijuana smell drifting into our home. And that smell not only bothered them physically, it bothered them mentally as well, to where they're having what we call meltdowns. Meltdowns in autism are not fun. They can often become violent. They can often become uncontrollable. Okay, so we had to close our windows. We ran our HVAC. Our bill was skyrocketed because of that. I thought California was more into, conserving energy rather than spending money on it. So my thing is, I'm standing here for all the special needs individuals, all the people that are on this spectrum. 1 out of 66 individuals is diagnosed with autism. Most of them have sensory issues, sensory needs. Most of them are in these R1 zoning areas that you're talking about, in the neighborhoods that you want to recreationalize marijuana. We can, as we move forward, make this very strict and maybe even allow for some zoning outside of these concentrated areas where these families exist. I know that the state has passed what they've passed, but can we do this responsibly?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name's Ed Rector. I'm a realtor in the county here, and over the last 10 years, I've sold a ton of foreclosures in this county, and I've had a lot of them that have had grows in them. These houses, they're in bad shape because they do a lot of the electrical, and there's mold in the houses and stuff like that. And I think there's a couple of things that I think you guys really need to look at, rethink that zoning. Our majority of our buyers are buyers from the Bay Area and retirees. And I got a house listed right now. If there's a grow behind it, people walk away from that house. Property values will go down on, and that's things that we need to really think about. But as far as those zonings is, you're looking at your setbacks. Well, the problem is not every house is right in the middle of the lot. A lot of times you got a house that's within the 5-foot setback of the house, and the neighbor is 5 feet from there. Both of their properties, the front of their properties, most of the front of their properties are the front of the house. So I think you really need to look at that zoning and maybe, rethink that. Maybe, the agriculture zoning might be the best thing for something like that if you do outside, but I really think the inside grow is the best. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sargo. Like many of you in this room, I grew up in the 60s and 70s. And unlike many of my compatriots, I remember a lot about the 60s and 70s. I had a friend, Bob Sargenti. We grew up in a rural area, and Bob came up from the Seattle area and brought some dope with him. And one night, Bob's driving his uncle's VW and curvy mountain roads like we have here. Bob forgot that he was driving. Just went right straight off the end of the road. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt too bad. Totaled his uncle's VW. About 3 years later, Bob did the same thing on I-5. Not so lucky that time. Killed himself and 2 or 3 other people, too. So we don't have like a blood alcohol content, we don't have a good way to test people for how much THC they've got and what the effect of it is. So something to consider. And believe me, today's dope is not what it was 40 years ago. We do wonders with selective breeding, and we have bred weed that will knock the socks off anybody. I've got good friends that do so, and I wouldn't get anywhere near their stuff. More grows mean more crime. That's a fact. And it's not necessarily that the growers are bad people or the growers are doing a crime, but believe me, when you got to grow in the backyard, it's like hanging $100 bills out there and asking somebody not to steal it. And putting a 6-foot fence around it that's opaque so you can't see in it, that's like putting up a billboard that says, "I'm growing dope here, come get it." Because it's just an unnatural thing, in somebody's backyard. Cost of enforcement, investigation, and incarceration is going to far surpass anything we can collect in fees. Regulation, and the regulation itself is going to cause and ensure that we have illegal grows. In summary, nothing good will come out of expanding this beyond the state minimum. We should have no outside grows. Stay within the state minimum. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Laura Krieg, District Attorney and also 6th-generation Tuolumne County resident. And I speak to you tonight both as the District Attorney and as a citizen of this community and as a parent of a 6-year-old. The gentleman's comments before me are so valid because allowing outdoor grows will increase crimes of theft, crimes of robbery, crimes of burglary. We have those now, and to say that people aren't willing to kill each other over marijuana is really misinformed, because I have a gentleman who is over 70 years of age that was beat to within an inch of his life. His orbital was broken. He was left for dead, all because 5 individuals came up from the valley to steal his outdoor marijuana grow. And so we see it all the time. I have cases where kids get a hold of their parents' marijuana. I've had a baby ingest marijuana crawling around on the floor. I have kids who have taken marijuana to school and distributed it to other children. So those cases are real. Those cases exist in our community. I see those cases in my line of work. And if we're going to allow outdoor grows, we are going to increase crimes of opportunity in that area. Also, I have a few comments about the proposed ordinance, and I do compliment staff. It's clear that a lot of work went into this. But one thing, a member of my staff, I love surrounding myself with super bright people, and I think that my staff is that. And Stephanie Novelli, an attorney that works for me, pointed out there's nothing in this that talks about fees for eradication. If you have people who are out of compliance with this ordinance, eradication is very costly. Who's going to do the eradication? What are the fees associated with that? So I would ask for you to look at that. And finally, the 60-day notice is never going to work. It'll be harvested and gone, and it won't be workable. Yep. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Churnside. I live in a subdivision in the county, and basically I'm just a dad trying to raise my kids on the straight and narrow, provide a future for them, and I don't see marijuana as being part of that future. And I don't want to present that to my kids. I don't want the community to present that to my kids as an acceptable pastime, as an acceptable recreational use. Basically, I don't want drugs growing in my neighborhood.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matt Gilbert with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. I supervise our fire prevention law enforcement program, and just wanted to bring to light some statistics we've had from Calaveras County. During the past 2 years, we've done a variety of inspections out there related to the cultivation of cannabis. Those resulted in 51 notices of violations related to the forced practice rules. Of those, so far, 40 cases have been submitted to our Sacramento office and the District Attorney's Office for prosecution. There's 11 cases that are still in the follow-up stage, so those cases are still being worked up. Of those cases, 17 have been successfully litigated already between the DA's office and our Sacramento CAL FIRE office, which resulted in a restitution and basically correcting the violations that have been done on the properties. The other topic is, it was discussed earlier, the TPZ zones, and just to differentiate between that, that's property that's zoned for timberland, I believe, and CAL FIRE, we also have a definition of timberland, and most of the grows that occur within basically the ponderosa pine, any commercial species, that's classified as commercial timberland, and that requires a permit process from CAL FIRE, and that's where most of those violations occurred at. Also on the fire side, from 2016 to present date, we've had 8 fires in Calaveras County that resulted from marijuana grows. The largest was 310 acres. I believe 6 of those fires led to some sort of filings with the DA's office. Many of those cases have been settled. Some are still working their way through the system. And to date, we've had 0 fires in Tuolumne County that have resulted from marijuana grows. Thank you.
Hello, I'd like to thank the board and the committee for listening to our concerns. The draft framework that you heard earlier for the new ordinance is a step in the right direction. It starts to bring down the number of plants and has some very good concrete standards to follow. But I'd encourage your board to adopt the same limitations and regulations in all residential zoning districts, regardless of parcel size. The proposed rules are meant to address the quality of life issues in residential areas, such as the potential for crime and the noxious smell. These are concerns that are the same for all residential areas. Parcel size doesn't matter. Crime's an issue on all residential streets, and the smell travels a long distance. I also encourage you to limit the total number of plants to 6 in all of the zoning districts that were presented on the slide earlier. If there are going to be larger grows, they should be done as commercial grows if in the future your board adopts a commercial ordinance where the grows are well buffered from residential areas and are properly regulated and taxed. I'm also opposed to outdoor grows. You can't filter the smell of an outdoor grow, and plants are out in the open, which can lead to crime. I'd like to point out I live in an RE2 zone, and I live on a street right near the freeway. There's a subdivision right behind us, and so having the different zoning, I think, isn't an effective strategy, and I'd recommend against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Jim Mealy. I'm the sheriff coroner. And what was interesting is that today you've heard from 2 very strong women who the people of Tuolumne County have elected, your district attorney and your superintendent of school. I was raised by a very strong woman. My mother always told me, Jim Mealy, nothing good will come out of this. Board, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. Nothing good will come out of this. The state of California has said this is the law. The minimum or what you have to go by is 6 plants indoor. If we open this door, you've heard it from the experts. I'm not an expert on education, but I am an expert in law enforcement. I'm hand in hand with our district attorney. I too agree with what she has said. the law, there's been a lot of people that have come up and said, I will not have the opportunity to grow my plants. I will not have the opportunity. It's not enough plants. But the state of California has given that a door, and that door is that you have the opportunity to have dispensaries. There's a dispensary in Calaveras. There's a dispensary in Sacramento, or in Stanislaus County. In fact, as I was coming in to the county, I saw a billboard that says that we will deliver. So there are avenues for people that can. Yes, it does cost money. And yes, there are opportunities for people to use marijuana that need that marijuana. I'm not here, as the good doctor has said, there are cases. But what I am here to tell you is that as we open this door, this Pandora box, what's going to end up happening is that law enforcement education are going to be impacted. And we are here. We are here as the elected officials. You've heard 3 elected officials by the people of Tuolumne County who have put us in this office and have said, these are our representatives. And I'm here to tell you, it is my position that it needs to stay indoor. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jane Buzzard. I'm a retired teacher, 27 years. And I just want to address, not as a teacher so much, some issues that maybe I'm not informed on, such as, isn't the law that allows for medical marijuana usage sufficient already? I don't understand that that would not be the case. My next concern is, I'm very concerned about our law enforcement. How will they manage this? We were victims of a house robbery several years back, and basically felt quite ignored, not in a mean way, and not in a detrimental way, but because our law enforcement are so overwhelmed with what they already have to enforce. So will our neighbors and ourselves be less able to consider our neighborhood safe because our law enforcement will be needed to be used so extremely to enforce these marijuana usage laws? I just don't know if I'm not informed about that. And I care extremely much about children and about animals. And so I wonder if the current law seems to recognize the potential danger to schools and children and churches and youth facilities and daycare. What about just the ordinary citizenry and even pets? Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Michelle Ballou. I grew up in Tuolumne County, and I love this place. And I would say that Tuolumne County is not the same county that it was when I was in high school. I'm 39 years old, and I went to Somerville High, and marijuana use and drug use has skyrocketed here under this county's watch. And I wanted to just share with you a quick story. My little nephew, unfortunately, he is a byproduct of marijuana use and abuse. He is in foster care, unfortunately. And part of the problem is that his father and his mother are both addicted, or have been addicted to opioids and methamphetamines. And unfortunately for my brother, it began in Tuolumne County, and he started at age 17 with marijuana here in Jamestown. I really take it personally that we have a huge issue. And I'd like to just ask you to I understand that California has made this legal. And I don't envy the position you're in to be responsible to put this out into our county, but I beg you, please use it with the strictest regulation possible. Let's not open the door. The other issue with this is that who's the voice for these foster children? We know that good people with good intentions will grow marijuana and they'll abide by the law and they'll be respectful citizens of this county. I get that. But there's always people who don't do that. What is the penalty when they don't do that? We have too many foster children in this county. It's crazy. We send them out, you guys know this. This problem, marijuana leads to opioid addiction, it leads to addict behavior, and it leads to bad parenting choices, and it leaves a lot of our children in the lurch. And I know this, my poor little nephew is in that same spot. Luckily, my sister's a foster parent, and she's able to take care of him. But this is a problem we gotta fix.
Hello, my name's Rob Sloan. I'm a resident here in Tuolumne County for 36 years and been living in the same community for 30 years of that. And I'd like to address the issues with this enforcement and all these regulations and guidelines that have been presented. It sounded really good and it sounded well laid out, but in the actual, where the rubber meets the road and it's enforced, all the regulations between plant size, how many, fences, this, that. I don't see that when it really comes down to regulating that, how that's going to even be possible. And with so many other bureaucracies that we have, I don't know where the monies are going to come from that. The team of people, I can see this being a very large issue to try to deal with. And so I just don't know where that's going to come from. Also, as the woman before a few back spoke about the law enforcement issues, I just feel like our law enforcement here in the county do a wonderful job, but I do believe also that they are spread very, very thin already. Again, and nothing derogatory towards those that might even be doing these outdoor grows. But again, as it was stated, my concern is that not the people maybe even necessarily growing them, but those that would be there for theft or to do harm. I just don't see that our law enforcement in this county have any room to be able to address those situations with already a very heavy load that they're already bearing. So, and I just don't believe that it's realistic that there's going to be a committee and enforcement group that's going to go out and regulate this with any effect. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Costa. Lived here for over 3 decades. Currently, for most of that time, I've lived in Miwok. Thank you for your opening up the mic so that you could hear what we have to say. I implore you to keep the marijuana grows indoors and to the absolute minimum. We don't need this outside. I mean, you talked about a 6-foot fence. I could jump a 6-foot fence and get what I wanted to if I needed to. I mean, I know that there's a barrier, but nonetheless. The other thing is that has not brought up is, do neighbors need to approve this? I know that a lot of times in building permits, a neighbor has to approve something that's different. Is there any place for that? What about the regulations of pesticides, fungicides, and rodent control? When you have plants indoors, you invite those pests and those problems into your home. How are those be regulated or even eradicated? Colorado's had a lot to deal with regarding that. The other thing I noticed that there was no, where it talked about ventilation and lighting and electrical controls, I didn't see a fire extinguisher listed there. That's one of the major problems of indoor grows is overuse of electricity, improper use of electricity, and fires. Sacramento had a home fire not even 2 weeks ago, and the fire personnel said that there were numerous homes in that region that had indoor grows. What about the water use? We're going to have increased water use from these indoor grows, and what about electrical use, like I just mentioned? Is there any stipulation, I didn't see it as we went through all the different slides, for the length of the use of a permit or a license for growing? Is there a stipulation there? Thank you. And like I said, if you put up a 6-foot fence, I could jump that. Please keep it indoors. Please keep it to a minimum. As others have said, we need to keep this out of the hands of our kids.
Hi, my name is Josh Ryan. I'm a Tuolumne County resident, a business owner, and a director on the board of the Tuolumne Cannabis Alliance. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for taking the time to listen to all sides of the debate. I'm confident that you have our county's best interests in mind. I think that the proposed ordinance allows reasonable cultivation limits for personal and medical grows. I believe adopting this ordinance will give clear direction to residents, the sheriff, and the county staff, and remove any veil of commercial activity that has caused confusion in the debate. My only concern with the ordinance is in the mandatory registration. It's not in the opportunity to educate the people that would be registering or the ability to enforce the grows. It just seems, unless I'm mistaken, that then by registering would that become public record? And if that's true, I don't think it's fair. It wouldn't be fair if it was public record what prescriptions you picked up from the pharmacy, or if there was a record of when and how much beer or wine you made at home this year. And I think the just not the educational or the enforcement part, I'm on board with all that, just the public record part, it might make people reluctant to participate, which could lead to the confusion again for county staff on enforcement. And that plant in the picture was a 2 to 4 pound plant.
Hello, I'm Nancy Keck. I've lived in Tuolumne County for 34 years. And before that, we had a house photo when I was a kid on Don Pedro. So I've been affiliated with the county ever since I was 10 years old, and I just turned 70. So I'm not new to the place. Been here a long time. My concern is when my 25 grandchildren come to my home, somebody very close to me that lives right next door or maybe behind me is smoking marijuana. And it's very offensive, and I don't want my grandchildren smelling that. So we're talking about smell. It's a big deal in this. I also, before I moved to where I live now in West Sonora, I used to live on Big Hill, and I also lived in Salisburyville in mobile home parks. People were smoking it, and they were smoking it inside theirs, but they left their windows open in the summer when it's 100 and something, and I had to move twice. I've dealt with it presently. I've been in my home 4 years. I don't want to have to keep on moving because people aren't considerate. And I think that we need to think about what we're doing. If we're going to grow them inside, keep it inside. But outside, in the one mobile home park I lived in, they had 2 people that were growing it, and they were growing a lot. Nobody ever did anything about it, managers or anything. And then they would smoke it, and it would offend 20-some people that lived right close to it, or backstabbed right next to each other. And I had to move because of it. I know that it's a law in the state of California. It was passed, and I'm very sad. I have a stepson who has no eye and he has no hearing because he made a mistake when he was 19. My son right now is a drug and alcohol counselor in the area, and he's doing an excellent job to help.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
T.Y. Atkins, Tuolumne. I'm speaking on behalf of many present and future residents of Tuolumne County, men, women, and children. We appreciate the board's concern to protect the quality of life that Tuolumne County citizens have enjoyed for generations. For all the right reasons, we're in agreement with the board's current proposal to restrict personal marijuana grows in Tuolumne County to 6 plants indoors only. Proposition 64 only addressed giving permission for recreational use. It did not address personal cultivation for recreational use. Many who voted in favor of recreational use on Proposition 64 would change their vote if they knew it meant outdoor grows next door or in this county. The only good part of Proposition 64 is that it gave authority for restriction to local government. We are against the negative impact that outdoor grows will have on our neighborhoods, our children, and our county. Among these concerns, our burden of reporting noncompliance will fall on neighbors, resulting in fear of retaliation if they do. Decrease in property value, increased burden on compliance officers and law enforcement, loss of long-established quality of life, and public safety. Why impose such negative consequences on our county when we have been given the authority to restrict it? As an educator in Tuolumne County for over 35 years, I urge you to respect what has been taught to our students in our Red Ribbon Week drug education curriculum. Just say no.
Quality of life and public safety are among the greatest assets of Tuolumne County. Let's keep it that way. Say yes to the quality of life and what is best for all the citizens of Tuolumne County, men, women, and children. Thank you.
My name is Beth Swank. I own a lot of acres, miles from any school. Many years ago, my husband suffered total heart respiratory failure from prescription OxyContin he took what the doctor said he was supposed to take. From that, he got seizures, and those seizures were uncontrollable. He went to the Stanford seizure ward, and they almost killed him because he has a sensitivity to seizure medication and any pain medications. And medical marijuana saved his life. He brought my husband back. My husband was lights on, no one home. Now, if I go down to the dispensary and I buy marijuana, it might help him. Or it might put him just as bad as prescription drugs because depending on how it's grown, if it's not organic, and they may say it's organic, but it's not, my husband's back in seizures. And I need to grow for him, he needs to grow for himself safely on our acres, miles from any children, to keep the quality of his life. I have grandchildren, I do not let them near marijuana. I'm respectful of my neighbors, and I ask for the right to take care of our medical needs. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike McDonald. I'm a Sonora resident. I have a half acre in a residential zone, R1 area. I'd like to thank everybody here for their assistance and cooperation. I think it's unnatural for a marijuana plant to be grown indoors. They do it, but I think most proponents that want to grow would find it cost prohibitive. There are no restrictions on growing your own tobacco or making alcohol. However, this is now a legal substance, and I think the measures proposed are a bit extreme. I think probably prior to this current complaint, it was probably people drunk in public and dogs and roosters barking and crowing in residential areas. It would be like mandating that such animals get a laryngectomy or something to decrease the disturbance created by them. And also, I have a physician's recommendation for marijuana, and I've avoided an amount of minimum of opiate medication for severe skeletal problems and nerve conduction issues, and I find it extremely helpful. And were it not for the marijuana, I'd probably be taking more opiates. I'm opposed to that. I started smoking cigarettes, and that led me to alcohol, and then discovered marijuana, and I knew then and there that it was a far better substance. It's not physically addictive like tobacco, alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, all these other substances that are out there. And I would encourage...
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat McDonald, and I want to commend our board for being bold and being brave. This is some of the toughest decisions that will face a community. I want to thank the staff for doing a professional job. And I want to thank our community for loving Tuolumne County and being respectful for one another, with one another. Thank you very much. We've heard a tremendous amount of very compelling facts, information, statistics from professionals. Today, I'm not a law enforcement professional. I'm not a medical professional. I'm not an educational professional. I represent the faith community as a pastor, and I today just want to thank you, and I want to urge you to pass an ordinance that will keep it at the limit that is the lowest, the strictest, and the most minimal that the state law will allow. And I just want to add my voice to that. And thank you once again.
My name is Arlene Moyle, and I just have 7 words to say. This has disaster written all over it. Please stop it.
I'm Martin Needham. Sonora is my home. If the news of record and the articles that appear in the Union Democrat are accurate, then the truth is that every location where marijuana is grown in any quantity is a magnet to crime. The crimes committed are not necessarily the faults of the growers, but they happen. Everything we do as a community to liberalize the laws already mandated by the state of California are invitations to higher crime in Tuolumne County. Years ago, we had opium dens right down here in downtown Sonora. We banned those. Why?
Good evening. My name is Will Sarkeesian. I was born and raised here, and now I'm a high school English teacher here. And I echo the sentiments and pleas of every educator, both past and present. And I'd like to add, in speaking to the restrictions regarding presence away from schools, it would be logical to claim that if it ought to not be near our schools, and our schools have our children, then why would it be allowed anywhere near our children at school or near their home? Now, Mr. Royce said that he wants to do what's right, what's fair, and what's reasonable. And I would agree, because it's reasonable to protect our kids, it's fair to protect our kids, and it's right to protect our kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a Tuolumne County resident. I'd like to ask that you keep the numbers at least at 6 and outdoor, if not more. I have breast cancer. My husband has been diagnosed with liver cancer. We use cannabis for various reasons, and that is why you need when you grow, you can't just grow one plant. One plant doesn't do everything that you need it to do. You know, like they said, it's not the plant from the 70s. It's not. It does all kinds of different things. And I have acreage. I've talked to all my neighbors. From the neighborhood that we came from, we moved here about a year ago. And we grew it in our other neighborhood in the Bay Area. And we spoke to all of our neighbors to make sure that we weren't a nuisance, that we weren't a problem. We didn't want to be an issue to our neighborhood. We want to take care of ourselves medically, and that's about all. So I ask that you at least consider the numbers. Thank you. And outdoor.
My name is Patrick Oleshik. I have lived near Twain Harte for over 40 years. If the Board of Supervisors approve residential outdoor cultivation and a person reports a neighbor for a possible regulation violation, won't this be pitting one neighbor against another? Won't this be creating the potential for intimidation by the grower against the reporting neighbor? Won't this be possibly inviting hostility that could escalate into violence? I personally know people who are too afraid to report neighbors for outdoor cultivation or other violations for fear of retaliation. Is this how you want Tuolumne County neighborhoods to exist?
Hi, my name is Janine Ratliff, and I would like to say thank you to the board for taking into consideration of allowing outdoor medical growing. And I am a medical patient, of cannabis and a cannabis user, and I'd like to say by pushing it indoors, it no longer makes it affordable for those of us who need it. And I am a very responsible user and would make sure I always follow any laws, regulations that have been put into place for medical cannabis. And I feel like pushing it indoors no longer makes it affordable, and I don't feel like anybody has addressed that today. Thank you.
Hello, yes, my biggest concern that I found with, let's start with Calaveras County, is that they published the names and the addresses of the grows. Now, we're talking about things that happen because of this, the increased crime over there. It was literally exactly how many plants they had. I went online and I looked at the pages and pages of them. Anybody could have found that information. So I'm concerned in Tuolumne County about personal information being put publicly online that gives our names or our addresses, because now you're going to start crime with that information being able to be found online. Nobody has addressed that today, and I think it's really important.
Hello, my name is Melinda Fleming. I've lived in the community about 40 years. I have been and continue to be an educator. I purposely waited till the end to talk because I wanted to hear the variety of speakers. And I think, there's a definite, distinctive line that can be drawn between recreation and those that legitimately need medical marijuana. That being said, my husband and I have taken medication for various ailments that we've had for over 20 years. None of that can be grown, so I have to pay out of pocket. And I'm not to say that, if it could be grown, maybe I would if that the type of medication I take. But I would never do anything that would disrupt the atmosphere and the ambiance of my neighborhood. Because I firmly believe, like what the Constitution said about pursuit of happiness, it applies to your home as well. And if you can't have that because you have conflict with your neighbors, or as the gentleman who has the boys with autism, I am very susceptible to odors. And so I completely understand that, yeah, you might want to kill somebody over smell. I wouldn't say I would, but I'm just saying it can be that extreme. So I do think we need to consider that there is a medical marijuana use, but there is things in place to address that. And if you can't grow it, it is available to you in another form. And growing inside is probably the least we can do in our communities to protect neighborhood peace. And that to me is extremely important for the place we live in. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Sarkeesian. The board has been saddled with a tremendous task. Often the easiest solution is to compromise. Wisdom is what you will be called upon to demonstrate. And because you are in authority, you are responsible to be wise. Remember, civil government influences life for good and bad. Thank you.
First off, I want to thank all of you and commend all of you. We heard an awful lot of opinion, information this evening, and I appreciate the manner with which you presented it to us, and appreciate the time you took to come and share that with us. At this time, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I've got a couple questions for County Council that I want some clarification on. And then I think we'll take a 15-minute recess. But if County Council could come up to the microphone first. we heard an awful lot of concern about driving under the influence. I know the state of California is investing a lot of money on that, and that doesn't really have to do with the topic that we have today, except it is a concern, and so I'm just looking for confirmation that the state of California is investing a lot of money and looking for some method to detect driving under the influence.
Correct, and also the standards right now that apply are still going to apply, so that's not going to change.
All right. There were two questions that I heard. One had to do with double jeopardy, and the other had to do with the Supreme Court allowing 99 plants. Could you address those two issues, please?
Right, there is a distinction between the criminal law or criminal defense to a crime of cultivation versus the land use piece of it that your board is dealing with. So your board, under the law, the new laws we're talking about, can completely prohibit medical marijuana grows. And so the distinction is that the land use, even if a doctor said somebody could have 99 plants, but your board decided to limit it to what's in this proposal or to 6, your board gets to do that. That's your authority under your land use powers. And so someone that might have that recommendation would still not be in compliance with your local land use ordinance.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. So let's take a 15-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Okay, and we're going to bring this back to the joint committee and have a conversation, and then hopefully have a recommendation that the Board of Supervisors can vote on. A lot of really good conversation, but I want to drill down to probably 3 main points. And the first one is, do we want to allow outdoor grows in Tuolumne County? And so I want to start there, because that is the first piece that really drives the rest of the conversation. Supervisor Royce.
Sure. So, thank you, and I'm happy to start out making some statements after listening to the public. And I think I've already had a lot of input on what's here, so once we get into moving ahead, I'll probably stand back more. But first thing, I want to make a few points, and I'll start by saying I agree with a lot of things that have been said by the people in the audience that are against this. But I also want to talk about cause and effect, and I want to talk about the background to my decision making on this, so that you fully understand how I'm getting to where I'm going. And as I said, cause and effect. For this board to just outright ban growing does not mean it will go away. That's the first thing. Just saying no to drugs doesn't make them go away. A war on drugs doesn't make them go away. Educators being against that and being good mentors doesn't make it go away. And like I said, banning it doesn't. Enforcement can make it go away. Enforcement can control it. And enforcement takes resources, and we have limited resources. Sitting up here, after this is done, for the next at least year for me, but for this county forever, we have to deal with every phone call, email, complaint that comes in about this stuff. And right now, I can tell you, people aren't supposed to grow it, but they still do it. Guess what? They call and they complain, call the sheriff, and the sheriff says, I can't do anything about it, because it's not a criminal offense. We're dealing with land use, like I said. So what we get to do is we get to give people red tags, like they built a deck without a permit. That's all we're dealing with up here as a board and as an enforcement agency. We're not going to put people in jail. We're not going to take them away. We don't get to do any of those things. We don't have that power. We don't have that authority. We deal with land use. It's like permitting, building a house. So what we can try to do is prioritize the situations and the cases that cause the most problems. you have grows that go on that are hundreds of plants. And those are commercial enterprises that have criminal elements involved. They need to be focused on, they need to be eradicated and dealt with. And a small grow, for somebody to have 3 or 6 plants in a small area is not the problems that we have, and it's not what we're hearing about. When I was a kid, I can tell you, kids smoked a lot of marijuana because it was easier to get than alcohol. It was easier on a Friday or Saturday night when you wanted to go to a party to get marijuana than it was alcohol, because alcohol is regulated. If you want to go try to buy alcohol, you got to steal it, you got to go tap on somebody's shoulder and convince a bum or somebody to buy it for you. There's a bunch of ways, but it's very difficult to get alcohol when you're a kid. Marijuana was easy. Anytime you want marijuana, anytime, you could get it on schools, and it was more illegal than it is now, and it was much heavier consequences, and it was easy. That's because it's a black market, and the people that are selling it to you are people that are breaking the rules, and they're profiting heavily because it's illegal and it's a black market. When there was prohibition, alcohol caused people to shoot each other with Tommy guns, and you had, organized crime dealing with it because it was so profitable, because it's a black market. That is the root of a lot of the problems that you hear about related to criminal activity. When you talk about the human side of it, and you talk about problems with people and a gateway drug, that has to do with abuse. And it has to do, and you have the same thing with cigarettes, you have the same thing with alcohol, you have the same thing with all kinds of things. People can cause problems in their lives by being a workaholic. I try to balance myself. My wife chews me out because I work too much. You have to balance. Anything too much is not good. And marijuana is no different. By no means should children ever get their hands on it. I am fully on board with trying to prevent that. And in no way should people be threatened by their neighbors having this either. I understand all those things, and I understand the concerns the community has. I also understand the concerns people have, I think, on a much higher level, generally speaking, about a decline in our society and this being an effect of that. But I do have to say, my role being here and sitting in this position, I take very seriously. And fundamentally, I believe, as a person that grew up in Tuolumne County and in the United States of America, this is the greatest country in the world, and it's the greatest place to be because of the fact that we are free. We can pursue life, liberty, and property. And I believe heavily in property rights. As a contractor, I have felt at times like I've been pushed down and discouraged from taking risks and doing things that would help my life blossom and move on and help me provide jobs for people and all these other good things. And I can tell you, I'm not willing to bastardize my power to abuse people's property rights, whether it's for marijuana or anything else, because somebody doesn't like it because of these other aspects. And I can agree, it's something to take very seriously, but like I said, banning it here will not make it go away. You're sweeping it under the rug, and it will still persist. And what you're choosing to do is not give any guidance to anybody that's going to participate in it on what would be acceptable in a way that it would be allowed to be conducted, because we believe doing it within these parameters will not cause all these other problems for people. And we have limited resources. I said that already. Every single year we're fighting over money, whether it's the sheriff's office or the fire department or the building department. There's only so many dollars. And I'm not saying marijuana is going to solve those problems. It's not going to bring in a ton of money, and I'm not looking for it to be a cash cow. But I will say we have to prioritize how we expend our resources. And we do not have enough money to go crack down on every single marijuana grow that there could potentially be in this county. We also, I understand, we do not want to create a situation where we create a bigger problem by allowing it and opening up Pandora's box like up the street. But if we can regulate this, and we can take a good chunk of the people, and there's some in the audience who are here, they're showing their faces, they're out of the darkness, and they're willing to comply, we can create a framework for those people to have a small number of plants, small enough to where it's not attracting robberies and things, because there's 3 plants or 6 plants is not going to be worth enough to want to take that risk. If you have 24 plants or 200 plants, maybe you do. It's worth putting a mask on and going and waking them up in the middle of the night and tying them up and stealing their stuff. But 3 plants, no, it's not going to happen. So I think it comes down to numbers. It comes down to balance, and it comes down to being pragmatic and looking at cause and effect, not being emotional or impulsive or, like I said, jumping to conclusions that really don't have an effect. It's about problem solving. And we've spent years, this board has spent years listening for hours upon hours upon hours of public comment. I get emails almost every single day. I'm reading about this from people that are for it and against it. We have recommendations that come from our associations, from other counties, from other planning department directors, county administrators, enforcement people, and we have to deal with this problem. After tonight, everybody that's against it could go away, and if we banned it, you'd feel good about it. But I guarantee you, next week, I'm gonna be getting emails and phone calls about somebody that's got a neighbor with a bunch of plants, and if we don't have the right resources and framework to enforce upon them, same problem. Kids are still gonna have it in the school, whether you pat yourself on the back and say, I gave a big speech, it's not gonna go away. It's still there right now. You go tomorrow to a school, you go through everybody's backpack, you're gonna find a bunch of drugs and all kinds of things. It comes to values come from good families, they come from good ethics, integrity. Those things are taught. They're not imposed. And the problems we have in society are a lot bigger and disconnected from marijuana. This can be a symptom, and this can cause problems, but it is not the fundamental root of all of it. And I'm willing to fight for values and all those things. But we have to live with this. And Doug, this guy right here, is going to have to show up on people's doorsteps, and it's a threatening job. It's not the sheriff. The sheriff isn't the one that gets to lock people up and put handcuffs on them and put them in cars. That's not what happens here. The laws change. He's going to give them a red tag. It's like I said, if I built a deck without a permit, you're going to get a red tag. And we want fines, and we want a system. We need a program to sort between the people that are really causing problems and the people that maybe it's not the greatest thing for society, but it's not where people are getting shot, and it's not where, neighbors are threatened. Those people are not where we need to focus our resources. Anyways, I'm sorry. I
appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, and that was my grandma that only had 7 words to say, so I didn't learn from her on that, but anyways.
All right. I am looking for a comment.
This is specifically on growing outdoors.
Yes, it is, specifically on growing outdoors.
That mic. I'll take this mic from you. So I know that staff gave a context of we have an ordinance, here's a new ordinance or ban. But I just want to help everyone tease this out. Prior to Prop 64 going through, we had put in motion this ordinance. It was a medical cultivation ordinance for personal use. And the state changing that with Prop 64 has put this burden on this board and subsequently this committee and our blessed staff to tackle with harmonizing this issue so that it's easier to enforce. The sense I'm getting from public comment is that we're going to suddenly be allowing cultivation. We've allowed cultivation for the last 2 years. It's just been medical. It's been fraught with problems because it's been very lenient and without teeth given to enforcement, and those are the problems we need to address. Those are the problems I feel like the plan that county staff has put together in this recommendation begins that pathway. It begins to rectify the issues that we already have. These things already exist here, and we need to tidy it up. If anything, this is going to help us mitigate the problems we have and prevent future problems from arising should people be allowed to cultivate. As an advocate, I was born here in Tuolumne County. Just to give some of you background, there's a lot of new faces in here tonight. And I suffered for years from Lyme disease. And part of my way I would deal with pain was to take opiates. I quickly became addicted and reliant and suicidal, and that was a big problem for me personally. I was not really turned on to cannabis prior to that for medical or recreational use, but cannabis as a tincture or as a smoke or as an edible or a topical helped me deal with my pain. It curbed my opiate use to the point of 0, and it literally saved my life. These are the kinds of stories that I know there are tons of them here in Tuolumne County, and those folks are not here tonight. And I need to share my personal story with you because they're underrepresented in this room this evening. So the safety of an outdoor grow, we can address those problems with mitigation. The odor can be addressed with mitigation. I strongly feel that we need to preserve some outdoor cultivation for these patients. Perhaps this is my Affordable Care Act.
Jerry, do you have a comment before I ask the supervisors, the other 3 supervisors, to weigh in?
Yeah, I guess I was somewhat surprised by the balance of input today. I turned it off. I turned it off so you wouldn't hear me sneezing and things over here. I was a little bit surprised by the force of the folks that said, "Hey, there's really no reason for us to go beyond what we need, what has been mandated," and that they made a reasonably strong case. That said, I think that I'm kind of with Kira on this one in that I see medical and recreational use as two, even though they're getting blended together, is two significantly different issues. And so if we were to look at this and say all of the outdoor is to deal with somebody's medical needs, I'd be okay with that. Right? Because I think that then you have to be looking at the balance on it. And I think a lot of the work that's been done here mitigates a lot of the issues already, particularly when you think about the real number for R1, 2, and 3 is 0. There's not going to be any significant. Maybe we should just go ahead and say that instead of backing into it with our setbacks. But I think that the law that got passed, the thing that was in front of the people, was all about recreational use. And the medical thing was there. People were using it. It was working. It wasn't working. But to conflate those two things right now, I think is damaging to the compassionate part of the compassionate use piece. And so I think that's something that needs to be considered. That being said, there was a ton of really, I got pages full of really insightful comments about why this is going to be complicated. And those pages need to get into this. This is going to get a lot more difficult. The comments about the fence height and the comments about so many of these things were very, very valid. And I don't want to bring the meeting down to start going through all of those. But I think that it is important that we understand that this is going to be a much more complex regulation when it gets fleshed out than the framework that you had to put together at this point. But I guess my general point is I would be okay with an indoor only use for recreational, but I think we need to be real sensitive to the needs for the medical.
Scott?
A lot of good information here tonight, a lot of stories. I'd just like to share a brief story about me. Since we're on the topic, I guess, of sharing stories about each other. I'm a retired commander with the California Highway Patrol, 30 years. I had the very negative experience of sitting with many family members after fatal accidents to answer questions about why their loved ones were not going to come home. 30 years, yeah, it impairs my judgment on this issue, but I came into this advisory position trying to educate myself, and I've learned quite a bit. But as far as sitting with family members and everything, and then the impaired drivers, I have the pain of not being able to answer the big question that they all had for me, and that was why. Why aren't they coming home? And that pain will never go away. There's nothing I can take to do away with that pain and until I'm gone, and then it'll be gone. So there's a lot of sad stories out there, a lot of compelling information about medicinal use and everything. But I've advocated this entire year that we just need to slow down. We need to take our time. The fine folks in Sacramento have no clue what's going on. January 1st is right around the corner, and they don't have the regulations set in place, track and trace, and all these other things that they're talking about. They're still trying to figure it out. I've been to other states. I've been to Colorado, asked a lot of questions in Colorado. November 4th, there was a 5-year anniversary to say that, legalizing and regulating marijuana will reduce the crime is not going to happen. I don't know if they're not doing a good job with the regulations. I think they are, and the crime is still increasing. People are dying on the highways because of marijuana. It's hard for me to say what the answer, the big question is, but I just don't feel comfortable with advising the board that they should go outside of what the voters of California have said, six plants. I think it's to just say that, well, marijuana's here, just accept it and let's try and regulate it is not the answer. That's just simply giving up. I've worked all over the state of California, and I got to tell you, you have one of, if not the best sheriff and sheriff's department in the state, and they can step up. And they can step up and address these issues as they come up. Yeah, they're going to need funds and personnel and everything else like stated, but they're going to step up and they're going to continue the fight, I guess, if you will. But my advice to the board would, let's just keep it at 6 and the way it is, and see what happens with the state and adjust as time goes on. If things are okay, then we take the next step. But to just take that giant step would be a huge mistake, in my opinion.
Supervisor Gray.
First, I failed to do this in the beginning, is thank staff and thank all you people for being here and all the good comments. We've heard a lot, as Mr. Baker said, pages of ideas and issues. And I've been doing this for about 9 years now, and one thing that I didn't realize, and I really had a hard time wrapping my head around, is the inability to legislate values. We know what's right or wrong, as individuals, but we can't. We're never going to be able to set a set of rules that will allow you out there to abide by them. It's just not going to happen. So, what do? We try. Hopefully, this board and this community won't be doing what the federal government does and the state government does, is come to impasse on everything that we have to work on. Sometimes you have to come to center, and sometimes you have to come to some sort of compromise in order to move on. As Supervisor Royce said, you can get marijuana anywhere, anytime you want, whether you grow it or not. For the first time 2 days ago, I saw our new billboard on Highway 108. I don't know how many of you have seen that. It's pretty impressive for Calaveras County. You know, there's a phone number there. Just call them up, get what you want. So whether we allow people to grow marijuana personally or not, the product is still there. The kids are still going to be susceptible to getting it. So what can we do as a board to lessen that ability? You know, Supervisor Brennan, first question is, should we grow it inside or outside? County Council gave me a copy of a webinar here not too long ago, and there was some really interesting information there. And if I grow 6 plants inside, how much electricity will I use to grow that? On this particular analysis, it said that it will take equivalent of the energy used in 1 year for 29 refrigerators to grow 6 plants inside. Now, here Mr. Baker mentioned the difference between the medical and the recreational. I am not in favor of recreational marijuana. I mean, I don't think it's a good thing. For all the reasons that all of you spoke to out there, it's not a good thing. I do know from personal experience in talking to people that there is a medical benefit to it. So if I need medical marijuana and I have to grow it inside, and it's going to cost me that many thousands of dollars a year to grow it, I'm going to buy it from the billboard down on 108. You know, it's much cheaper. But it's still out there. It's still a product that's out there. So what can we do? I'm looking at the staff recommendations here. I don't know, as for quantity-wise, I have all kinds of statistics on how much marijuana is needed by an individual for medical. Doctors used to prescribe between 1/2 to 3 grams per day. A pound of marijuana is 453 grams. That's a lot of cigarettes. Is it reasonable to say that somebody with a medical need can survive on 3 plants? Probably so, if I look at the statistics that I have researched. It's probably okay. And should they be inside or outside? I'm going to have to look at what the reality is. Whether I say it's going to be grown inside only, that's not going to happen. The people are going to grow marijuana like they're growing it right now on the black market, and right now we have no enforcement issues or no enforcement regulations that will allow us to go after those persons. So I'm going to look at this from the standpoint of, on these staff recommendations, I don't think that you should have any more than 6 plants in any of those zoning areas, regardless of what the size of the piece of property. Let's limit the amount. I'm okay with the 3 plants outdoors. I'm not okay with it, but I think in reality, it's going to happen. They're going to have those plants in a pot, and they're going to have them inside, and when the weather's good, they're going to be putting them outside. We have to be realistic about it. It's going to be a very hard thing to control. So if we put the restrictions in there and have some flexibility and be able to monitor it, we're going to do a better job. But not monitoring it is not the way to go.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Well, I was hoping to go last, but I won't. I guess I won't. I got to tell everybody that I'm tremendously conflicted on this. Seems like every time I get close to a solution, I get more conflicted. I'm still concerned with the mix of legal and illegal activity. I think we've got some very good people that are interested in growing marijuana legally. But as I've told several people that I've talked to, when we let you do something, permit something, we bear a responsibility for that. And we bear a responsibility to protect you because we permitted you to do that. And we have a sheriff who is very strapped on resources. We have a DA that is strapped on resources. We have a jail that for at least the next 2 years is going to be very limited in capacity. So we have some very real limitations on our ability to enforce things, notwithstanding the fact that we don't have the right language in an ordinance to allow us to enforce it properly. Let's talk about writing an ordinance. No one has a right to grow more than 6 plants indoors. No one has that right. And that right comes from the state of California. When we write an ordinance, we have no requirement to enable the lowest common denominator in order to enable everyone in the worst possible imaginable circumstances to do what they want. We have to balance, as Supervisor Royce started his discussion way earlier tonight, we have to balance everybody's rights, okay? I'm conflicted because I know that we will have to deal with marijuana no matter what we do, okay? We're dealing with it right now. I can't even hazard a guess, but if I did, I would guess there's 10,000 illegal marijuana plants in Tuolumne County right now, okay? And that's probably a lowball estimate. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's not out of whack. I'm also conflicted because I have been told by very competent and quite frankly conservative doctors, nurses, and I've heard the stories. Kara's shared hers tonight. She had shared that with me, I don't know, a year and a half ago maybe. I don't remember when we first talked. But medical use of marijuana is legitimate, okay? One of the greatest challenges, I'm our National Association of Counties rep. One of our greatest challenges in the nation that we deal with every time we have a NACO conference is the widening amount of opioid addiction and overdoses in our communities. Most of the doctors that tell me that they permit people to use it is to keep from having to prescribe opiates to them. So I'm conflicted by that. I would also remind everyone up here that's considering this that when we talk about how much is enough, that we're really talking, especially on the medical side, and actually one of the doctors that permits his patients to use it recommends highly that they don't smoke it, okay? And a lot of the products that come from marijuana cannabinoids, the whole family of cannabinoids, while X amount, and I don't know what the right X is, and it really doesn't matter, but while the X amount of marijuana may be sufficient for recreational use in terms of smoking it or whatever, or even medical use of smoking it, when you start talking about doing oils and some of the other products, it takes quite a bit more. But having said that, I go back to, we're not in the business of permitting everybody's nth order desire under the worst case scenarios. The reality is the people that want to use it will never let you, I don't believe, grow as much as you want recreationally or medically. And for those people that whatever number we pick, if that number is not sufficient for you, you're going to have to do what Supervisor Gray said, which is, call the pharmacy in Calaveras or somewhere else and get it. Maybe at some point in the future, I know we're not talking about commercial activity right now, but maybe some point in the future we'll have a pharmacy in Tuolumne County. I don't know that one way or the other, but there are other ways to do it, and we're not required to make sure that you can grow as much as you could conceivably want. So it's all a bunch of trade-offs, folks. I am concerned that if we drive the small-scale marijuana cultivation indoors, I am concerned about increased fire hazards. I am concerned about a whole host of potential code violations and everything because people just aren't smart enough to do it right. And I appreciate staff. Actually, I forgot to thank you too. I appreciate staff more than I ever have. And I always appreciate you. But I appreciate the staff talking about education and those kinds of things for people that are going to do this. But driving it indoors is not sound fiscal policy in terms of the increased power generation requirements. It does make it hugely more expensive to do, and there's increased fire danger and all the other health and safety concerns. I agree, I think it was Supervisor Gray said, I honestly, for personal grows, I can't see more than 6 plants per residence. That's what the state requires. And I'd change everything to 6. Whether it's indoors or outdoors, I'm still cogitating, and I'll make my decision after I hear Supervisor Hanville's comments. But I'm kind of the mind that for what we're talking about, non-commercial activity, 6 plants ought to be enough, and if it's not, go buy it. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Okay, well, sorry, Supervisor Rutherford, but I just thought based on the original pecking order, I was delegated to last, so I just was patient. Okay. This is not an easy decision. You all know that. In fact, I've been told no less than 15 or 20 times in the last 24 hours, I'm glad I'm not you. So here's the thing. State says 6. Medical is legitimate. Personal use is legitimate in the state of California. What do you do? I appreciate all the comments, but saying it's going to be inevitable and therefore, we should just accept our fate, whatever it comes out, I'm not willing to sign up for that. Because sticking my head in the sand doesn't make anything go away. It doesn't make the right thing happen. I don't know what the right thing is. I don't think anybody in this room knows the right thing, okay? I am very concerned in every other meeting, and I didn't say it tonight on purpose. I wanted to hear the comments of everybody. Every other meeting we've ever had on cannabis, I've always pointed out one of my big concerns is the kids. It's always been the kids. Increasing the availability of the drug to the kids is a problem because it just becomes more available. And from talking to people in the know, they tell me extensive use, repetitive extensive use of the drug in children in the brain formation years up to the age of 25 causes irreversible damage. That's really what we want to happen, right? We want to make our kids less capable permanently. So I'm always concerned about my kids and the kids. So I really appreciate our educators' comments earlier today. The other one I want to say is we're not debating the value of, as some of the other supervisors have said, other people have said, the medical benefits of cannabis. I mean, I talked to Todd Stolp. He was our county physician several years ago, and he said there are medical benefits. He also said what Supervisor Rutherford said, I don't recommend smoking it. I've talked to people who use topical forms of it, and that's the only way they get pain relief. I'm okay. Okay. I'm not sure how easy that is to process, but there are dispensaries and will be dispensaries that will provide those kinds of things. You know, you get to certain points in your life and you have to use prescription drugs whether you like it or not. And I have to tell you, I hate the cost of prescription drugs, but can't do anything about it. When you got to have them, you got to have them, you got to buy them. So in California, you're going to be able to buy this stuff ultimately. If you absolutely need it for recreational use and you can't afford it, that's your problem. I am sorry, I don't care. I care about the medical people, but the recreational people, it's a choice. It's not a necessity. So my concern will be with medical people. When I see the data and the use, I think getting to the bottom line, 6 plants is what the state allows or mandates, and I think that's where we got to be, 6 plants. I don't want to speed. There are people who will speed. I can't do anything about that other than try and enforce the rules, and that's why I was asking earlier, how are you going to enforce this? I need a plan on how we're going to do that and make it work. 6 plants. I am concerned about the outdoor because that increases, I do believe that increases crime rate. And so on larger parcels, you might convince me that some outdoor grows make sense. But I live on 5 acres. I don't see growing this outdoors in little residential lots. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to tell you, you got to go at least 5 acres, and I'm not sure that's big enough. And other than that, it's indoor, and in my view, and we can revisit this in a year, see how it's working, see if it's right or wrong. But I'm in favor of limiting to 6 plants, and when you get to a certain level, you can grow them outdoors maybe. But I am concerned about all the ramifications. We got to understand those, and we got to make sure that when we see something going south on us, that we react and fix it. Don't want to be like Calaveras County. I don't have to do anything because everybody else does it. Doing something just because somebody else does it is really not a real good excuse. We need to do the right thing, and we don't have to step out beyond our ability to deal with it. So that's where I am. Thanks. Oh, by the way, I do want to thank everybody for being here. The public input was absolutely incredible. We had over 40 people speak. We've not had that, and there was no aggressive, abusive kind of stuff going on. I have to compliment everybody on their behavior in this thing and the rational approach. You were marvelous, and thanks, staff, too. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to try and drill down on this just a little bit farther because I think I know I can count to 3, and I think I'm hearing a few common themes here, and so it's important for us to move this forward in a thoughtful way. For me, the setback is really important, and again, I've said that out loud a number of times. I think in talking and hearing Jerry speak that we could look at R1, R2, and R3 and say that realistically, if I'm understanding that correctly, with a 50-foot setback, we can make the job probably a little bit more concise for staff if there's no outdoor grow on those.
Madam Chair, I have
Yes.
a question for you.
Yes.
I have yet to understand why we differentiated, because they're all the same size acreage, why we differentiated R and REs.
They're not the same, I don't believe they're the same size acreages.
They're not the same.
They're not. So may I?
My mistake.
Discuss.
David?
That's why I had the residential, take that away a little bit. The residential's separated the way they are. Your R1 can be the small 5,000 square foot lots. RE1, your residential estates, 1 acre. Does that help?
What's the difference between R2, R3, and RE2 and R3E3?
Those are multifamily. R2, R3 are the multifamily.
Okay.
Your townhouses, your condominiums, your apartments, your higher densities per acre.
Okay.
Might I'd also add, the lot sizes are minimums. Somebody can have a piece of land zoned R1, and it can be 10 acres with one house on it. So however you guys want to look at this, we've laid this out with the setbacks and the distances. Yes, in all practicality, you are going to eliminate some grows in these small lots if you have a 50-foot setback. That is going to happen. However, somebody can have an R1 lot that's literally 10 acres with one house in the middle of it. And I don't say it's common, but it's not uncommon to have lots that are 10,000 square foot in some of those. They could combine lots. In the typical subdivision that you're thinking of when you have laid out lots, one next to another, Tuolumne, Crystal Falls, where they're just stacked like that, they're well developed, you will have, in essence, a de facto ban on some of those lots. But there are some areas that they could not have divided their land yet, and they could be large lots. So whichever way you want to go is fine. I just want you to understand those parameters around it. Did that help?
No, it muddied the water because
I made it more
thought
difficult. I apologize.
I thought I had a little better understanding sitting next to Jerry. So,
Can I weigh in?
yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm sensitive of not overstepping the board rules here versus the committee rules. I guess what I would be concerned with the way that it's laid out here with the 50-foot is that there is, like you say, there's probably a number of lots that are 110 feet, right, on its shortest dimension, next to a place that's 100-foot on the shortest dimension. The 100-foot place doesn't get to have any. Their neighbor that has 110-foot has a nice little 10-foot strip down there that if I was the neighbor in a neighborhood that had no pot, and the guy that has 110-foot has a line of plants down the middle, it seems that's missing the spirit of the law. Now, when you're talking about a 10-acre R1, I don't know if we've got 50 of those in the county or not. I bet not. That, of course, is a different set of circumstances, and I just didn't think there was very many of those. And I might be wrong about that.
We do have large blocks of land that are not yet subdivided or have a map on them, and they haven't had lots cut into them.
Okay.
So it's
really
not
a future thing
uncommon.
more
Have
than
I counted all of them and looked at it? No, we do have the GIS up here if you want to look at that detail. We're happy to look. It's going to be extremely difficult to make a decision with data just from a map, because it could be just a map that's imposed on there that's not been completely built out.
Right.
And so there's a reason why we laid it out in this fashion with the setbacks. It will ban some of them. I'm not going to say that those people will not. And you will have some lots that are 120 feet and you got one in the middle.
Right.
Remember, this is not going to be.
It's not a scalpel.
No.
Can I?
Yes.
Just one quick comment as background to how this was crafted, and the reason behind it, I think really comes from the field trips that our staff did in visiting actual marijuana grows and asking themselves the question, if I lived next door to this, what would be okay? And what would be a problem? In an R1 neighborhood, there's a different character than an agricultural district. And the reason there's a differentiation is because we want to actually help protect those different characters. And I think people with bigger agricultural properties, ranches, I think they should have more rights and they should be able to do more things. With small parcels, you have neighbors which are more susceptible to those impacts. And that's why there's a differentiation. And we're well aware of the setback issue, and with 50 feet on each side, Tuolumne, the lots are 25 feet wide and there's usually 2 of them, so you only have 50 feet total. So it's not gonna even happen there outdoor at all. I'm okay with that. And I don't think, we actually had some debate in our meeting, and I was actually considering at the time going a smaller plant count on those parcels with a smaller setback. And I think a lot of times the amount of plants and the amount of setback kind of has some correlation. We talked about the canopy area and a range of that, and you could go on R1, maybe there's only a 20-foot setback, but you only allow 1 plant and you only get 20 square feet of canopy. You can go all over the board, and we discussed those things. But we settled here because, for one, like I said, it tiers that character. It gives people the ability to do something, and maybe not everybody's parcel will work for them that grows, but we think we're protecting most of the neighbors. And if they don't like it, they can buy a bigger parcel. And that's why with the 12, I would probably be okay if you just went down to 6 on those. Actually, we talked about that in our meeting too. But staff said on those big parcels when they visited those grows, it wasn't a problem. And they don't, these are the people that field all the complaints. So they know for the last 2 years where we've had problems. And this is basically drafted off that. So that's some context.
What if all of the outdoor use was that you required having a medical card to have an outdoor plant?
I think that's what we tried to do with the compassionate piece a couple years ago. And unfortunately, we found ourselves, I think we need to look at the setbacks. They have got to play a part in this.
No, I wasn't saying eliminate the setbacks, but just, inclusive of the setbacks. The reason you need to have the outdoors is because there is a compassionate requirement. And historically, the compassionate use, let's face it, a good portion of the medical marijuana was recreational. And it was an excuse to be able to get there. And that's not the case anymore, because now you can have recreational marijuana. So, I know this is outside of my scope a little bit, but if you said all of this is true, but the only way you get an outdoor plant is if you have a medical card, then the neighbors are going to say, well, I'm having to put up a little bit, but that guy's got cancer, right? And I'm willing to put up with that because he's got cancer.
Go ahead, Kara.
Yeah, I think Mr. Baker, his comments line up with my previous statement. Just to put it into a gardening context, what is asked for here, I know 50 sounds like a big number and 1,000 surely sounds like a big number, but if you were to make a square plot, it's 7 by 7 approximately in these R1, 2, and 3s. It's a 10 by 10 on RE 1, 2, and 3, and it's a 31.5 by 31.5 foot square. So this, as a gardener, are already confining the space, in which you can grow severely compared to what we have right now. It's just plant number with a small setback and no sizing restrictions. So if you were to take the total square area of a proposed garden, even the smallest size, 7 by 7, and compare that to the total lot size, you're looking at a very small percentage of the acreage actually used for that garden. I just want to try and sketch that out for everybody so you get a better visual picture of what these numbers actually mean. And again, I'm going to echo the Prop 64 recreational monkey wrench that has been thrown at us by the state. And I'm going to go on record right now. I'm a cannabis advocate, and I did not vote for Prop 64. But this monkey wrench is causing I feel like a bit of a panic. This is going to be in everyone's yard, and I fully understand community concerns. You know, I started off as a environmental steward, and now I consider myself a social steward. I'm on a mission for social justice, and I want to heal our whole community. I want cannabis patients to be able to come into town and not feel shunned. I want us to all come together on this issue, not push each other apart. So, thanks. If we can work on this as a compromise and see it for what it is, and maintain the integrity of the culture of compassion that this board and committee and this community, I think, really desires, then I think we should vote this in. I'm not voting, but I think it should be voted in as is, as long as the enforcement component works. And if there's a way, if it is medical only outdoors as proposed by Jerry Baker, if there's a way to route this registration, I'm looking at county council, through the Department of Public Health to avoid a CIPRA or Freedom of Information Act trigger to protect our patients, then I can back a registration component.
So I don't want us to get away from what we need to decide this evening. That's an important point, but I think I really want us to stay focused on what we need to decide this evening. So actually, I'd like to ask Scott if he has anything else that he'd like to say, and then probably take this to a board conversation.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's quite a land use issue. In my opinion, it's a quality of life issue. And it actually has different meaning for different folks here in the audience, but I've listened carefully to everybody. I'm concerned about the kids in this community and their access. If we allow more and more marijuana, that the kids are going to get easier access to this, which really, really scares me. I spend a lot of time with groups like Kiwanis, the Yes Partnership, trying to get kids steered away from this type of thing. And that's just a concern that we're kind of making it more accessible. That's why I just advocate that we need to slow down, do it right, get people what they need, but just be careful where we go. You don't want to open up Pandora's box. You don't want to give too much, because you just want to take your time and figure this stuff out.
So I'd like to thank Jerry, Kira, and Scott, and we appreciate your insights, and you bring an awful lot to the working group. With that now, though, we will have a board conversation so that we can move a recommendation on to staff. And
You want us to?
You don't have to. I'm just going to, don't be offended when I acknowledge just the Board of Supervisors at this time. Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, okay, so I just want to clarify one last thing, and then I'm going to offer a possible solution that can be used as a point of departure for everybody to shoot holes in it, or the 5 board members, other 4 board members to shoot holes in it. First of all, we're not talking about whether we're going to permit 6 plants or not to be grown per residence in Tuolumne County, okay? We're talking about 2 things, because that's state law. We're talking about 2 things. One, are we going to allow more than 6 plants to be grown for personal use? And are we going to allow any or how many outdoor? So, you know, some of the discussion about increasing the availability of kids, and I'm all for the kids too, but people are going to be able to grow 6 plants no matter what we do tonight. And I am, so having said that, I'm going to recommend that staff come back with an ordinance that's in essence says that we are going to permit 6 plants per residence in accordance with the state guidelines and no more, okay? And then in terms of outdoor, I'm going to recommend that we do not allow any outdoor grows on R1, R2, and R3. And I would recommend on RE1, RE2, and RE3 that we allow 6 plants outdoors with a 75-foot setback, if that's what seems reasonable, knowing that that may exclude some RE1s and RE2s, and that we allow, within the constraint of 6 per residence, but on A20 and AE37 and RE510 and A10, that we allow 12 plants if there are multiple residences. In other words, if there's 2 or more residences, 2 of them can each grow 6 plants on that piece of property. That is not 12 for 1 residence. That is a total of 12 for multiple residences. Is that semi-clear there, David? Okay. And I like I like all of the total garden areas associated with the numbers, and I like the setbacks. I'm fine with the setbacks. And we're not voting on the ordinance tonight, but that would be what I would recommend that staff work on to bring back. And we're going to have this discussion all over again.
Mm-hmm. I am going to look.
Sure. I support what Carl's saying. I think that's a good compromise. I think we were already basically doing that with the R1, R2. I think we were allowing some if it was a bigger parcel, but I'm actually okay with not allowing it because there could be future density in the future in some of those areas, so it makes them kind of plan ahead. I did kind of have a desire to allow something in those areas. I was thinking like very small, maybe 1 plant or something like that. If it was 20 square feet, if somebody has a garden that's next to their tomatoes, that wouldn't bother me at all. But they'll probably do that anyways, even if we say it's 0. So I don't know if I'm really going to worry about that. But I think what Carl's putting out is pretty thoughtful, and I'm okay with it. One point I did want to make, and we talked about this for a second, the comments that we heard about the registration. I think a registration is a great thing, but it cannot be public information on the name. So we have to direct our staff to figure out how to keep that private. But I do feel very strongly that having a registration is important because it creates a catalyst for education. The people that are being compliant, that choose to participate and come and do that, are going to be asked to review certain information having to do with all the concerns we have about fire and those things and sign an affidavit. We we have to find a way to do something like that.
And I do agree with that piece. Supervisor Gray or Hanfeld?
I thought you didn't want to be last.
I relegate myself.
I don't count in this conversation, gentlemen.
Will you quit fighting?
Okay, so, I spoke earlier about compromise and how to figure out how we're going to do this, and I still have concerns with the cost issue of just growing everything indoor. But obviously, when you look at trying to get a consensus or an opinion, I would support Supervisor Rotifer's idea.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Yeah, well, you know me, I calculate everything. And if you had a 1 acre parcel and it was perfectly square, which I assume you don't make it round would be better perhaps, but since they're usually rectangular, perfectly square, and you allowed that with the setbacks, Supervisor Rotifer, you got a 58 by 58 58 square foot plot in the center that would be amenable to an outdoor grow. On the 2 acre and 3 acre plots, they get quite a bit bigger real quick. But so I'm not sure I like that one, but for the purposes, since we're discussing again, for the purposes going forward, I'll support this as the plan of record for going forth a new ordinance. I think RE1's too small.
How many RE1s do we have in the county?
That would, with a 75-foot setback would.
Please repeat the question, Carl.
Yeah, how many RE1s do we have in the county? I mean, I know I've got a lot of RE3s and RE5s in my district. I don't know very many RE1s.
There's 150.
Get back to
that. We can pull the GIS up and look. We did do a lot count. I apologize. I live in an area that's considered that, and there's a lot of them up there, but to give you an exact count, Supervisor, I apologize, I don't know. We can have that information sent to all of you if you'd like.
We can talk about that when it comes back.
Thank you.
All right, I am looking for a motion.
That's my motion.
So we have a recommendation to staff. Do you want to read it back?
I would like to clarify to make certain we are absolutely positive.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I've heard is R1, R2, R3, no outside grows.
Correct.
RE1, RE2, RE3, 6 plants, 75-foot setback. Garden area, 100 square feet.
Correct.
RE5, RE10, A10, A20, A37, 12 plants, outside, 1,000 square foot, 100-foot setbacks. If they have 2 residences, they can have multiple indoor grows in that.
No. What I said was for those zoning codes that it's still 6 plants per residence for a total outdoors of 12 if there are multiple residences, okay?
Got it.
If there's only 1 residence, they only get 6. They only get 12 if there's 2 residences, and each residence is growing for themselves, okay?
So on an RE5 parcel, if there was 1 home, they would get 6 plants.
They would only get 6 plants outdoors.
On RE10, if they had 2 homes, they would get 12 plants. And they could grow
If
outdoors.
the 2 homes are both have a permit. Each home has to come get a permit, okay?
Okay. Also
They're
heard,
separate for the outdoor?
They can be contiguous, but there
has to be
there need to be two people that go through our process. There are two separate residences that go through the process. So if you're, I don't care if they have two 6-plant plots, okay, that total adds up to the 1,000 square feet, okay? I don't care how they do that, as long as all the setbacks are met. Okay. But I don't want, if you've got two residences and you don't do that, then somebody's, if both people want to grow, somebody's forced indoors. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't do that. I would keep it simple and just, if you only want 6, do 6. I would actually prefer that.
Okay.
Keeping it simple. Anytime there's going to be two residences on zoning, it's going to be a secondary unit. So the primary one, there's going to be an owner that's going to be in charge of it.
Okay.
I think it would, in the interest of not getting too complicated and having this one weird scenario that I would just keep it either 6 or 12, whatever you think, Carl, and I'll support it. But I'd keep it simple.
Then I'm
that way it's parcel for all outdoor. It's nothing but parcel.
Then I think we should be at the 6.
6. Will be just 6 across the board.
Basically, a real simplification is if you get outside plants, you got 6.
Yep.
Unless you're on the A parcels.
No, what I've heard all the way through,
all the way
820 and 837 was also 6.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I was trying to accommodate the situation where there's two residences and each of them want to grow 6 plants outdoors. Too hard to do?
I think it's a rare scenario, and changing the rule just for that it's not worth it.
Okay.
I'd keep it simpler.
Then I'll amend my motion, 6 and 6 for RE5, RE10, A10, A20, A37. So basically anything more than 6 per residence, and if it's outdoors, 6 per parcel, is going to be a commercial activity. Does that make sense?
Okay. And so we have from the state regulatory side, every residence can grow 6 inside.
Yes.
Regardless of your zone is what I've seen and I've heard. Is that correct?
That's the state law.
That's state law.
Okay. Well, I mean, what Mr. Pedro is mentioning, that you've got a total limitation on these as well. So you will end up with, if you have a parcel of an A20 with 3 homes on it, you could have 6 outside plants.
And 12 inside plants.
Oh, and if you had 3 houses, it would be 6 inside plants per home.
Yeah.
Inside.
Yep.
Okay. And so the total is going to vary for residents.
Or one of those homes could go outside. Okay, but...
Good, so we'll have to play with numbers, but I believe I understand what you're saying. Well, this will be a little complex, but we'll work through it.
That's why we pay you the
So in no cases outside are you growing more than 6 plants is what I'm saying. So.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
So it's the setbacks. Essentially, the only thing changing then is the canopy and the setback size.
Sorry, 2 people. What was that?
Correct?
1, 2, and 3 got.
Those are nixed. Yeah. The other ones, you still have a tiered ordinance, but instead of, there's not as much variation. The only thing that's really changing is the garden area, the square footage, and the setback.
You basically have 6 down the board, and you have garden areas that have increased. That's basically what you've given us.
So
and you've allowed some
have a bigger
inside per residence, which the state law already allows, and
state law allows
that's fairly straightforward.
Residents.
We'll also deal with registration as requested, and
along with enforcement. I think that's part, right?
Yeah, and here's some additional my thoughts on code violations, okay? So when you come back, you're going to want to deal with this too, right? Someone that's growing without a permit, it is a public health and safety, immediate eradication, and a fine. And that needs to be a big fine, okay?
There's one thing, Carl.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with eradication because the county is liable for value that people could potentially, it puts us in a tough position. So there needs to be a process. I want it to be very short, just like you.
Okay.
But in our meeting, we talked about a separate.
Not immediate, but very short
We called it pot court, and it would be a body that they quickly deal with those things.
Okay. Too many plants, okay? I don't think we can take their 6 plants away from them, but everything in excess of that, again, public health and safety. So if someone's out there growing 20 plants when they should be growing 6, we go after the 14 that aren't their 6, and a big fine.
And their registration rights.
And registration rights. Okay.
One thing.
Other zoning things, like they didn't do their electricity right and everything, that's our normal zoning process, okay? But in terms of numbers of plants or no permits at all, we need to hit them and hit them hard.
May I also double check on the mitigation measures that we had proposed? Are those accurate?
There's one that you did not include, and that is security.
For the fence?
Yeah, you did. You addressed it in the verbiage, but you didn't include it in the list of mitigation. You used safety. That's a good one, but security. They need to secure wherever they're growing that.
The growth should be in a locked area is basically what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
All right. I got a couple questions for staff, and I just want to test. I'm generally okay with what Carl is proposing, and I think it's a compromise within a compromise. The questions I have for staff, I want to be careful not just to impulsively agree and move ahead without asking these questions. And I want to hear it from both, probably Dave and Doug. Do you guys feel changing it to where we're putting it, you will still get people to comply on a high enough degree? What I don't want to do is if we choke it down to where people say, screw it, I'm not going to do it, I want to allow enough to where we are making sure people feel like they're allowed to do what they would it would satisfy their need and their desire for what they want to do, but limiting the impacts to neighbors and so forth. And like we've ratcheted it down a little bit. Are we going to push people into the dark with the numbers that we have now? What's your gut on that? I think there's a portion of that, and that's what my thought is, but I don't know how much. What's that? It is. That's the gut. This guy deals with that.
Doug Oliver, Code Compliance Officer. Are we going to drive people into the dark? That's the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, they're already there. There's a lot of people that need their medicine. There's a lot of people that, I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm just saying that, there's veterans out there that they're suffering from post-traumatic stress and they got a 99, grow allowance, and by God, they're going to do it. There's a lot of people with a lot of different reasons growing more than the plants counts we already have. Isn't, in my mind, important as to who's going into the dark, is who we encourage to enter the light. What I'm seeing is that if we enter into a process of education first, a setup that, you know, promotes that at this time we'll start letting you in, and a facilitation mechanism to get them there, possibly even a transition period so that people know that we're not going to come out when the ordinance drops and start cutting down plants. I mean, we need to make it readily available to come this direction, make it reasonably inexpensive, and make it very easy to comply. And then on the backside, understand the enforcement should be written in a manner as to leave a little gray area, leave a little room, so that the enforcement officers can look at a situation and say, you're one plant over, I'm not going to bust your chops. Or you're 25 plants over and here's all these hazardous chemicals, we need to do something now. So I think that's the way we should be looking, not who we're going to drive into the dark, but how do we take what you're recommending and lay it out in front of everyone and start pulling them in? Okay. I guess, does that answer effectively?
No, but kind of.
Right.
So generally, you're okay with what we're proposing then?
Yeah.
You think it'll start bringing some people in?
Hopefully, yes. I mean, time will tell.
You have limited resources, and I want those resources focused on the people that are causing harm or nuisances to people who want nothing to do with this. And that's what I want to make sure, those resources are prioritized for that purpose. And I want to draw a line here somewhere to where people on this side of that line aren't causing problems for people, and on this side of the line you are, and that's where we're focused. So I just want to make sure that line's at the right
Supervisor,
place.
What we've done too, and so this aligns with that, what we have done is identified where the areas are that those 6 plants could be grown outside. That's, from my perspective, that's what we've said tonight.
And I guess I could answer the follow-up question with, in communication with the Sheriff's Office repeatedly on the board's wishes, we triage as effectively as we can to make sure that we're dealing with the problem, not nitpicking the county apart. We simply don't have the means, but you know, it's not an appropriate way to do business.
Thank you. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah.
I'll give a shot at that.
All right.
Having looked at this the last year, but really the last 6 months, most of the grows that I saw, honestly, the larger ones, was a lot of personal use in there, but there was also a commercial side of that. I'm not going to say that there wasn't. I think the folks that allowed me on their property did so graciously, but they understood that they knew that I was seeing that. Some of those larger groves where they were literally in the middle of nowhere. The zoning on it was really interesting. So you're going to get some folks that feel like where they were wasn't harming folks, but their zoning is going to prevent them from doing something. And you're going to get that feeling from those folks. Will they comply? The folks I talked with weren't the issue. Most of them were within reason, except for one, compliant with what you had before with your 24 plants. Even though where they were, they really could have grown much more. Now, obviously, I went to the ones that were obviously open to that. There was one gentleman, I won't mention where, had far more than 99, far more than 24. And those folks, I'm not sure where they're going to line up, to be honest with you, Supervisor Royce. It'll be their choice. I believe there has to be some enforcement that is meaningful. And it's how I was raised. It's how society comes together. You had mentioned it before. Kira had mentioned it. I think there's going to be some trying times. There's a lot of emotion about it. There's a large drawback from where they were 24 versus 6. I think Doug's approach, although it being a little easy in some folks' eyes, sometimes the easier approach will get more compliance. And I'm not saying that's with everybody. There's a reason why I wanted Doug to talk first. He's been doing this a long time. Before you had an ordinance, Doug was dealing with this. After you had the ordinance, Doug was dealing with it. After you adopt something else, Doug will be dealing with it.
Thank you.
And
yes, sir.
A point that we haven't made yet is this is the first piece of a puzzle, okay? There is still the commercial stuff in all of its dimensions, be that growing, manufacturing, selling, okay? So this isn't, heck, this isn't even the last debate on this piece of the puzzle, but we need to get this behind us so that we can start having the discussion on the commercial side. So, and I'm not saying we may not do anything on the commercial side. I don't know what we're going to do, but we can't even have that discussion until we get this behind us, and we've been doing this for too long.
Thank you for finishing. That's where I was headed with this, that if we don't get past this, wherever you end up with a board voting for, we can't move forward onto other things.
So Supervisor Rutherford.
Yes. Yes.
I have a recommendation from you that is clear to David.
I believe so, ma'am.
A motion and a second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Royce.
Could I have that clarified? Can you put the numbers on the chart?
Everything where it says total per parcel?
Yeah, we can do that probably.
Sixes.
Outdoor right here?
No, left. Left one.
Oh, indoor, you want
No, 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 no. Your other left.
Here?
Yeah. Six.
Over here? Go ahead.
6. Total per parcel, maximum indoor, outdoor mix. 6.
Yep.
Okay. But that should say total per residence, not total per parcel.
Correct.
Okay. Outdoor plant allowance. I'm sorry.
0, 0.
Yeah, 0, 0. 6, 6, 6. Indoor
This
plant.
is parcel.
Yes.
Yes, that's outdoor plant allowance per parcel. Indoor plant allowance per residence, 666.
All the way down.
Yep. And the 50 or 75 becomes 75, and all the other numbers stay the same.
Up to 8A. Yes.
Garden area remains the same as well, except for on R1, these go away.
Correct.
They become NA.
Correct.
Yes.
And the other mitigation measures stay.
Yes.
All the security, visual, odor, and all those measures that you place, all are.
And you're going to include enforcement when you come back.
Yes, sir.
So that wouldn't make it.
Okay. I had a recommendation that I received while I was sitting here on enforcement for your consideration. It's not direction, but some for a fine, a per plant dollar amount. So the worse bad they are, the worse they pay. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. It just came to me while I was sitting here.
All right. So we are all clear on that. I have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, one more
Yes.
item. May I ask, we are going to form this ordinance.
Yes.
Work with our consultant, our legal staff, and ourselves. Are we moving this through the Planning Commission process that we normally would any other?
That, I believe, if we had clear direction from the board tonight, that's what we would be doing. We would develop
what I'm hearing.
ordinance and then move it to.
Just like we would a normal ordinance. Mike.
Enforcement piece can come separately.
Mike.
Do you have any control over this? There we go. Okay. So the enforcement piece can come separately, so we can still work on that while all of this is going through the Planning Commission and then coming back to your board, just like the fee piece.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Enforcement, registration fee, all that as a package.
Okay.
And can we direct staff to move ahead with the same process that created this framework for the enforcement component, the casual focus group?
Sure, I'm okay with that.
It worked.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone.
Before we go, when are we going to engage on the commercial piece? We need to get that dialogue going.
So let's give, it is a separate agenda item. I know, let's give staff an opportunity to
Okay.
get through this, and then they will bring a recommendation back to us.
Madam Chair, before the marijuana working group folks leave, there was another item on your agenda to approve those minutes.
We approve those minutes.
On the agenda that I have in front of me?
No, it would have been in part of the marijuana working group.
Not a C, though. P-A-K-E-R.
All right.
It was an attachment.
Yeah, they're in there. So that's for us because.
Correct.
That is not for the joint group, that's just for the marijuana working group?
That's just the marijuana working group.
They were attached in there. I read them.
Did you?
Can you do that quickly?
For the marijuana working group,
Actually, I was misquoted.
we have a correction. Go ahead.
I can't hear it, Dan.
Towards the end of, this is the minutes from September 11th, says, Ms. Tucker stated at the state level you cannot use cannabis as your primary use to qualify for the Williamson Act. However, it would disqualify you if you raise cattle and also have marijuana cultivation. It would not disqualify you, is what I said.
Right. So with that change, so spelling Jerry Baker's name correctly and including the most important.
And one more change,
not-
it's that, pretty much that same topic on that same page where it says Mr. Clamp asked how cultivation will be handled. Regarding the Williamson Act, I don't recall asking that question. I remember somebody asked it, I don't think it was me.
Okay.
Just a member of that.
So is it all right if we strike that from the minutes? Okay, we'll remove that from the minutes then,
I am okay with that, yes.
and we'll correct it where you said not.
Not disqualified.
Okay. The rest of the working group, are you okay with the minutes as such then?
Yes.
And it'd be nice to have a motion to,
I make a motion to approve minutes as amended here in conversation.
I have a motion from Karen Tucker, a second from Jerry Morrow, and all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
thank you.
Thank you very much.